That was weird. Morning, Arch. Spitz. Albar. Albar, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while.
You are correct, Kevin Baugh.
Yes. Yes.
Man, I hope he has success.
Yeah, I do too.
I sent him a congratulatory text, and after I seen those congrats, I said, and just think of the concerts that come to Atlanta. He responded rather quickly too. I mean, I'm sure, all of a sudden I'm driving yesterday, and the Sports Center I've got ESPN radio on, and the Sports Center update comes on at 11 o'clock.
Right.
I'd just gotten out of a doctor's appointment, and they're going through whatever and blah 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 and da 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 da, and has tagged Carl Semesco, FGCU, as their new head. What? I didn't even hear the team, David. I didn't hear the team or the league, so I got to grab my phone at the stoplight, and I'm searching Semesco.
I took a nap right after the show, and so and it was a nice hour, 20-minute nap. I woke up, I got like 18 things on my phone. I'm like, what the? And then I'm like, huh. And then I laughed. I'm like, I was texting with him last night. I also saw the one tee shot where she nearly killed 4 people. I have to admit, I don't think I'd line the tee box for an amateur. All right, Feeney, good luck.
FGCU fought, but they were clearly the worst team last night.
That's what I heard. Jason was at the game. McBain.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. He drove across. I guess St. Bonaventure had like a few hundred folks.
Yeah, guy played golf with the grad. He was like, I got to get out of here. I got to get to this game. He was all fired up to go. I mean, they had a great crowd.
I guess like 250 of them went to Pelican Larry's.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Thursday. We're over the hump. We can see the finish line from here, or at least we can feel it from here. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'll tell you, another good Thursday night football game to get the football weekend started. I know we've had the distraction that is Maction, but for many of us, it starts in earnest tonight. Mark, do you know? And by the way, top of the morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, David. I'm doing well. Good day yesterday. Watched a little sports, watched a little hoop, little hockey. Took a football break. I did not need a distraction. I did not watch Maction.
I love our alliteration here. I love that we're rhyming. Okay. We're like all channeling our inner, Johnny Cochran here at the beginning of the show. So apparently, this is the first such NFL weekend since like the merger, because what are we, week 11, technically?
Yes.
We got bye weeks, and we didn't always have bye weeks. But we have not one, not two, but three matchups. Three matchups of teams that have won 7 or more games at week 11. Apparently, that's never happened before. I thought I read it was the merger. Maybe it was, but it's either not happened since the merger or it hasn't happened in a very long time. But if you think about it, we have 3. Wow, that's a really good game. I mean, tonight, we got Commanders and Eagles. All right. First place in the NFC East. Let's do this sucker. All right. That's a Jaden Daniels primetime game. Get used to it, folks. Get used to it. You're going to see a lot of Commanders next year.
Got that
right. Lot.
Got that right. Put them on the max list. They're coming.
Yep. 5, 6 primetime games next year. Cross off the Jets. Replace them with the Commanders. Yeah.
Well done, you. Good job, television programmer.
That's number one. But, I mean, Mark, CBS, by the way, this could be the best Sunday of regular season NFL that network has this decade. Have you seen the 2 games that CBS has?
Ravens, Steelers.
That's the early game.
Bills, Chiefs.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, now that we've got Thursday night, Sunday night, Monday night, usually one of those games ends up in a primetime slot. This is old school's NFL Sunday is what this is going to be. You got your 1 o'clock game you got to be ready for. You got your 4:25 game you got to be ready for. I'll be damned. Same network, too. Some years it'd be Fox. Some years it'd be CBS. This Sunday, it's CBS. NFL Today is going to be doing the show live from Buffalo. I'll make you a friendly wager. I'll bet J.J. Watt breaks the table. I'll bet he jumps off something and breaks the table.
All right. I mean, sure, I'll take the friendly wager, but I think you're on to something.
Apparently, Cowher did it a couple of years ago. So if Cowher did it, I mean, they'll egg him on. Cowher will look at him and go, come on, I'm 25 years older than you, and I did it. Come on. If you're going to come to Buffalo, you got to eat wings and you got to break a table. Let's go. So it's, and that's also, Mark, with as many bad teams as we have in the NFL. And we've got a lot of them. There's only 4 games in which losing teams are playing each other, which has not been the case recently. We've had a lot of games lately with losing teams playing each other. So
we have 17 teams with losing records right now.
Exactly. So anyway, this seems like a much better NFL weekend than usual. Never mind the fact that, I mean, think about it. Georgia could be out. Georgia out of the college football playoff. Not a 2-team playoff, not a 4-team playoff. If we had said at the beginning of the year, hey, listen, I'm going to go a little off the reservation here. Georgia's not going to make the playoff. I mean, don't you just turn the show off at that point?
You give up.
Right.
You're done. It's
Easy.
over. That's just
these guys are morons.
right.
Yeah.
Or they're just looking for clicks.
Yeah. Just what the heck? Yeah. Georgia's got to win Saturday or they're out. Done.
They got to win Saturday. And don't forget, they still play Georgia Tech. And that's not a gimme this year for the Dogs.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So, I don't know. Kind of excited. Got to be honest. Kind of excited about what's going on beginning tonight.
Looking forward to tonight. Looking forward to see how Philadelphia takes on a divisional opponent with the young quarterback and see if they flex their muscle and can just beat them up. But the Washington defensive front's pretty damn good, David. Love the way that they're playing defense right now.
You think the Commanders' front can hold up against the Eagles' O-line? Because I think that's the game.
I agree with you that it's David, all I am saying is that the Washington front has impressed me this year. That has been the one part of their team that I think has been overlooked by a lot of people. Defensively, they've been very strong.
So the Eagles have won 5 in a row since they came to Tampa at the end of September and got whacked. And which we started hey, what's wrong with the Eagles? Nick Sirianni going to survive? However, Mark, here's who they have beaten. The Browns, the Giants, the Bengals in Cincinnati.
That's a good win.
And a really good second half. It was like, I think, tied, and then Philly dominated the second half, won by 20.
It's a terrible defense in Cincinnati, but that's still a good win on the road, no matter how you slice it.
Jacksonville and Dallas. So to review, not a winning team amongst the 5. Cleveland, the Giants, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Dallas. Let's talk about the quarterbacks they faced also. Now, they faced Burrow, obviously. But Deshaun Watson, Daniel Jones, an injured Trevor Lawrence, he got hurt in the second quarter, played the rest of the game, and Cooper Rush. And so that's why there are many, because I wondered, Mark, why is the line 3.5? I thought it'd be more like 5.5, 6. I don't know what you thought, but I just thought, man, if Eagles have won 5 in a row. Eagles are home. All right, this is a step up for Washington. They haven't proven they could win a game like this. Eagles, defensively, I think they're number 2 in the NFL, total defense. They're like 3 against the pass, 5 against the rush. There's only 3 teams in the league that's given up fewer touchdowns than the Eagles. I'm like, come on. Washington doesn't have Lattimore tonight. He's still out with a hamstring injury, hasn't played yet since being acquired from the Saints. I mean, Mark, got to be honest. I think they need him tonight. I mean, it would have been nice if they could have put Lattimore on one of those 2 wide receivers tonight. But I'm thinking, how come they're only 3.5-point favorite? Then I did a little research, looked into the 5-game winning streak, in which I said, well, this ain't Murderers Row. This ain't the NFC North. So we find out a lot tonight about both. Did the Eagles get fat on bad teams? And can Washington raise their hand and say, hey, we're ready to play with the big boys? I mean, Philly's a big boy, right?
Philly is a big boy. But you look at Washington, and I think you can ask a lot of the same questions. You look at, they lost to Pittsburgh last week, but before that, who did they beat? They beat the Bears. They beat the Giants. They beat the Panthers. They beat the Browns. They're yet to beat they pounded the Cardinals. That's their big win.
I was there on the Monday night. They went into Cincinnati, and they also beat the Bengals, in which Daniels won a shootout with Burrow. I mean, that's when wow. I mean, like second or third game of career, and it's like, oh, my goodness. Can't believe you played this well, like your second or third game. It's amazing. But so, fascinating game tonight, I think.
Oh, I'm all in. And I think you and I are becoming Washington fans because of the quarterback and are going to watch as much Washington Commander football as we can get our hands on here in the next couple of years while this kid develops into what we think will be a star in the league.
Now, we always know that, RG3 was magnificent, outplayed Andrew Luck, won Rookie of the Year his first year in the league 12 years ago, got hurt at the end of the year, was never the same. Even, what's his face? CJ Stroud is not having the year this year that he had last year. Neither are they. With the way they played in the second half of the year last year, they don't look like that team right now. Is that the league making an adjustment, or is it just a thing?
Or is it the fact that they've got a couple of receivers that aren't playing and it slows them down?
Right. But I'm in tonight. Let's go. Let's do this.
I'm right there with you. And it leads off what should be another terrific football weekend. Saturday looks pretty good. And as we just mentioned, Sunday's outstanding with what the games are with the Ravens and Steelers, and then Bills and Chiefs to follow that one up. So we are getting primed for a great weekend of football.
Roy Cummings will join us on the show today, even though the Bucs have a bye week. Roy does not. Dr. Roto will answer your fantasy football questions.
Are you still alive in your fantasy league? Do you need advice, or have you given up?
Right.
And I say to all you that are 3-6 in your league, or 3-7, or wherever you are at this point, you can't give up on the league. The league depends upon you to make a quality start to the finish and knock off a big boy. You're no different than what college football teams are trying to do this Saturday, trying to knock off a big boy.
It'd be nice, though, in fantasy, whether you're still fighting to be bowl eligible. See, you don't have anything like that in fantasy, though. I mean, you got
personal pride, David. Personal pride.
I don't know.
Film doesn't lie in fantasy.
Boy, so then you're relying on someone's self-esteem. I mean, that's a big ask, Mark. A big ask. JP Shadrick, I don't know how long we can talk about the Jags. Fortunately, he does play-by-play of college and NFL football, so we can talk about just anything football with JP. And I got to be honest, I think Alex Golesh, the South Florida football coach, is joining the show today, but I lost the email telling me what weeks he's going to appear. So he's TBD.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District. This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Coffin Ball, Winnipeg started 8-0. Leafs beat them, and then they won 7 in a row since. Wait a minute, Pius. The Bears didn't open -1 on Sunday night. Monday? No. Yeah. I got the game opening at 6.5. It's been bet down to 5, 5.5. Do. Okay, the craziest line of the week. Kansas, 3-6 Kansas. I know they had a nice win last week, but 3-6 Kansas is at 9-0 BYU.
Right. It's 3.
And I even have it at 2.5 this morning.
2.5 now? Okay.
Yeah, EB, I got to admit, 2:53 they called me yesterday. I had an afternoon plan with my wife and granddaughter. I have to admit, I was not happy. And unfortunately, I can't say no. But yeah, I mean, Mark, me, Pat, I mean, it's, we've known each other 15, 20 years. We could, all of us, we could just do a show. It's football. It's the three of us. And they get callers.
Lots.
So, yep. Now, I will say I don't give them nearly as much leash as they like to. Because Mark and I are also listeners, and we know how it sounds to us anyway. But
who'd you have on? Anybody?
We had Mike McDonald, the Seahawks coach, and Jim Nagy, the Senior Bowl guy.
They had Nagy on the other day.
Well, I think it's supposed to be Wednesdays. I think Wednesday at 5 is his slot.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought I asked him 2 good questions. One, I said, so over the years, how much scouting have you ever done of Indiana? Okay. And how many of the James Madison guys are you going to invite? He starts laughing. Okay. He says, we got a guy on staff here, 50 years. Okay. He's from IU. And Nagy goes, and I'm a Michigan guy, and he's been on me all week. He goes, but yep, we've had to scout Indiana. He said there's a couple guys, we're really interested in.
Spitz, I all impressive numbers. I mean, just incredible, right? I mean, the NBA's got it going on right now. I don't know what their numbers are showing, but the Stars are playing great. You got a great start for the Cavs.
I guess are they the third team to start 13-0? I guess. Thought I read that. Yeah, outside of opening night, NBA ratings are down. By the way, Spitz, think about that. LeBron James, 6 weeks shy of 40. 40. Oh, they're the 15, Mac?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, Here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for waking up with us. Hope your week's going well. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thrilled to be with you on this Thursday. I know he's polarizing. I get it. And I don't know if I want to spend a ton of time on this just because I don't want to lose some of our audience. Do you know LeBron had a triple-double last night?
I do. Last night was a great night in the NBA. Great night in the NBA.
Do you know that's his third straight triple-double?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I do. Only because I read it this morning, because I don't lock myself into the NBA
Right.
this time of year, checking scores, checking standings, making sure I know what's what. But last night, LeBron had his third straight double-double.
Triple-double.
Or triple-double, I'm sorry. Triple-double.
Do you know how old he is?
He's 39.
He turns 40 in 6 weeks.
And this is the NBA.
Ooh.
You may not like the league.
Right.
But he's playing every game.
And playing heavy minutes.
Because he has to.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. But, I mean, it is remarkable. Man, sports just is so good. I mean, I know people don't care about these two teams, but the Winnipeg Jets are 15-1 and the Cleveland Cavaliers are 13-0. The Indiana Hoosiers are 10-0 in football. Army's undefeated. And we're not talking wars. We're talking college football. I mean, damn, sports is great.
Not to mention last night you had Wemby go for 50 and Giannis go for 59.
Giannis outscored the Pistons himself in overtime. I'm winning the game. Give me the ball. Tired of us losing. I mean, I don't know. Sports is so great. I don't know what I'd do without it. I really don't. Colts did something interesting yesterday.
They really did, David.
Caught me by surprise. You?
No, because it sounded during the week like this was coming. There was too much noise that this was going to happen. It begs the question, why did they put Flacco in the first place? Is 2 games enough to sit on the sidelines to learn everything you need to learn to come back in and be the starter again?
Well, but, I mean, you put him in against the Vikings and the Bills also. I mean, you know, come on now. You don't have many teams on your schedule the rest of the way that are that good. He didn't have a good game against the Bills. 3 interceptions. I got it. But there was a key sequence in that game in the second quarter, 3-point lead, and they screwed it up, and Buffalo took over from there. You know, Josh Allen guy's pretty good, you know.
He is. MVP-like season right now.
But I actually think this is coming from Irsay. I do. Because the head coach didn't say he gives us the best chance to win. He said, you know, he learned a lot about being a professional the last 2 weeks and the commitment he's got to make. And he's going to be our quarterback the rest of the year. Uh-huh.
Well, if the owner determines, David, and come on, none of us think that the Colts can win a Super Bowl.
Nope.
At best, the Colts are a 7 seed that gets knocked out in the first round of the playoffs.
Yep.
And if that's the case, don't you need to find out whether or not your quarterback can play and it's time to develop him on the field?
Then why did you make the switch to Flacco 2 weeks ago, though?
Because he benched himself, David.
You couldn't overlook that?
I don't know if the room could overlook that.
Listen, Mark, we talk about this all the time. What is the purpose of this season for such and such a team? It's to develop the quarterback. And that's clearly where Richardson had virtually a lost year last year. Got hurt, week 4? Didn't play the rest of the year. So you add how few starts he had in college. I mean, this is as inexperienced a quarterback in the last 5+ years that a team has had as their franchise quarterback.
And he's a franchise quarterback that you could still list as a project because we still have so many unknowns on him, David. And you're right in saying he's the franchise quarterback, but he's still a project because he hasn't started enough games in his life, not just the NFL, to determine whether or not this kid can play or not.
But to me, if the whole year's about developing Anthony Richardson, then you never bench him. Now, you go to him after he tapped out and you say, listen, you have to apologize. You have to do it privately to the room, and you have to do it publicly. Because just so you know, no quarterback's ever done this that we can find. No quarterback's ever taken himself out because of fatigue. They usually take themselves out because they put 3 fingers in front of them and they say 5. So you're going to have to make amends here. You screwed up. And whether you realize it or not, you screwed up. But in theory, why'd they take him out? They took him out because Flacco gave them what? The best chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
2 games later, they're not interested in winning? I don't know. This screams Irsay to me.
You're probably right. Do you blame Irsay?
I do. They've got, I think, 3 games, and then they have a date with the Broncos. And then I think they have 3 games after the Broncos game. To me, 2 weeks ago, when we're contemplating this move, I am saying, well, then we're keeping Flacco through the Denver game. I mean, that's who we're competing with for the final playoff spot. We're making this move to win, right? Well, then we're going to give Flacco a 7-game run here, or 6-game run, I think it would have been. And we'll see where we're at after the Denver game, and then we can put Richardson in for the final 3 games of the year. And he'll be our guy next year. See, if they hadn't benched him, I wouldn't have had a problem with that. But I don't understand. We're benching him to give ourselves a better chance to win. Does anybody in the room think they have a better chance to win with Richardson than Flacco?
Oh, I don't even know if Richardson thinks that, David.
So if you're worried about the room, this to me is a strange. Not only that, Mark, they have the Jets this week. I mean, come on. We don't know if the Jets have packed it in on the season after their performance last week. I mean, don't you want it against that defense also, which can bring some pressure on a quarterback? I mean, don't you want to have Flacco? I mean, you win this game, you're 5-6. Hell, Denver's got Atlanta. No guarantee of a win. You might be tied for the 7th seed after this week.
But they obviously have looked at their team and determined that the playoffs aren't as important as developing the quarterback. That's the move that's what they've come out and said, that the playoffs aren't important as the rest of the season is for developing the quarterback.
Then you never should have benched him.
I don't know if they could have gotten past him tapping out.
Okay.
The room demanded it, I think, David. Now we'll see how the room responds to Richardson coming back, because guys don't quit. Everything's on tape, but boy, oh boy, things go south here. I would love to see what the effort's like of the Indianapolis Colts against the Jets this Sunday.
So the Colts going back to the guy they took 4th overall, who's yet to start, 10 games in the NFL? After starting about that many in college. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 is next. Thanks for being with us. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So somehow, I think it was on TikTok, I got the Sinatra hosting the Tonight Show with Rickles on it.
Really?
Oh my God.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I think you have. But at the end of it, for Sinatra's like, John, please come back. It was good. I should have sent it to you. It was pretty good. Sinatra's guest list that night was George Burns, Carol O'Connor, and Don Rickles.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Roy Cummings will join us 1 hour from now. Tell you what, there are some fascinating stories that took place yesterday in the sports world besides the games, which always seem to deliver. So let's get to it, shall we? Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Well, we'll start with the NFL because we got Thursday Night Football tonight, and it's a good one. Commanders at Eagles, first place in the NFC East on the line. 7-3 Washington, 7-2 Philadelphia. Eagles with a 5-game winning streak. They're 3.5-point home favorites. Over under on the game is 48.5. I actually think that's a touch high. A touch. 8:15. Amazon, Commanders, and Eagles. Aaron Rodgers, when asked, "You coming back next year? I mean, you'll be 41 and all." He said, quote, "I think so." That's an endorsement. You know.
I have a desire to play.
Well, don't we all? Colts go back to Anthony Richardson. Colts will face the Jets on Sunday. Flacco got 2 starts.
Loser leave town game?
Loser, we absolutely positively stop talking about the rest of the year. Flacco got 2 starts, lost to the Vikings and Bills, and they said, we're going back to the kid. All right. Colts at 4-6, a game behind Denver for the final playoff spot in the AFC. Vegas is going back to Minshew. They're coming off their bye. They're getting ready for the Dolphins. Do you think Pierce in any trouble at all?
Yes. 100% in trouble.
Gotcha. Trevor Lawrence out for the Jags. Doug Peterson saying, hope to have him back after the bye. Okay. The Lions are a 13.5-point favorite at home. I don't know the answer to this question. When was the last time the Detroit Lions were a 13.5-point favorite?
1956.
I don't think you're far off. They won the title in 57. I don't think you're far off. I mean, maybe when they played the expansion Tampa Bay Bucs in 76, 77, maybe. But the Lions weren't that good then. Wow. DK Metcalf, by the way, full participant at practice. He had missed the last 2 games with a sprained MCL. Seahawks in Santa Clara to face the Niners. All 4 teams in that division separated by a game in the loss column. Seahawks coming off their bye. Speaking of back at practice, DJ Lagway for the Gators. Back practicing. Gators hopeful that he will be able to play Saturday against LSU. Maction last night. Kent State 0-10. Miami of Ohio tied for first in the MAC with a 34-7 win. Northern Illinois is bowl eligible thanks to beating Akron 29-16. And Ohio joins the 3-way tie for first in the MAC. They took care of Eastern Michigan 35-10. There is Thursday night college football tonight if you're interested. You could probably get a quarter of East Carolina at Tulsa in the books before the Commanders-Eagles game starts, 7:30, 4-letter network.
Pirates are big favorites in that one. But, David, I do have a little information for you. The biggest spread with the Lions as a favorite in the Super Bowl era came in 1973 when they were a 19-point favorite at home against the New Orleans Saints. That was Greg Landry versus Archie Manning.
19-point favorites, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I
He
appreciate
did not
the
cover, by the way.
Okay.
And London did not cover.
I appreciate the update. I do. I don't know if this story is going to interest you, but I'll give it a shot. Major League Baseball. We've been talking about the Diamond Sports Group. They're the folks that own Bally's. Bally's has now changed their name to what? The
FanDuel Network, yes.
Network, right. So the thought and the hope of the NBA, the NHL, Major League Baseball was like, can we get these guys to go bankrupt finally? Can we get them out of business? It looks like that's not going to happen. Two things happened yesterday. First off, Diamond Sports Group reached a deal with Amazon. Now, if you remember a few months ago, Amazon was going to invest over $100 million. Then they backed out of that. Well, now they've reached a deal that will allow in-market fans to watch their team's games on Amazon Prime. I think you'll have to pay a smidge for it, but they worked out a deal. It's not an exclusive deal. So if you also have a regional channel, you'll be able to get those games. Okay. Then Major League Baseball wanted Diamond out of business. The Braves sued Diamond to get out of their deal. Yeah, both Major League Baseball and the Atlanta Braves withdrew their suits and their objections to what Diamond Sports Group wants to do in bankruptcy. And Diamond's walking into bankruptcy court today. And now the word is that Major League Baseball and the Braves are going to accept their path to solvency. Diamond also announced a new TV and internet deals with the Tigers and the Rays. Now, don't know if they're getting the same money that they were getting last year. I would highly doubt it. But at least the games are going to be available on the Michigan and Florida regional sports networks this year, both TV and streaming. Mark, apparently there's one team right now left out in the cold in Major League Baseball that has no TV internet deal, the Royals. Basketball, excuse me. Magic have won 4 in a row.
Finally figured out how to play without Paolo.
Yep. And you know what they're doing? They're A, playing defense, and B, they're giving the ball to Franz Wagner. And he's scoring a bunch. They beat Indiana 94-90. The Cavs are 13-0. They held off the Sixers last night, who are 2-9, by the way. 114-106. Jason Tatum with 36. Boston beat Brooklyn by 25. Giannis at 59. He outscored the Pistons by himself in overtime. Milwaukee beat Detroit 127-120. Josh Hart committed a foul on a three-point shot with 3 seconds to go, and the Bulls were down 2. They hit all 3 free throws and beat the Knicks 124-123. The Spurs beat the Wizards last night. 2 big stories out of San Antonio. Wembanyama with 50. Including hitting 8 threes. It's pretty good for a guy who's like 9 feet tall. All right. Hanging out by the arc. Hit 8 threes. Keep shooting it. Okay. 139-130 was the final. Before the game, however, somewhat serious note, Spurs announced that, Popovich suffered a stroke. They're deeming it a mild one. Anyone who's ever had a stroke or a heart attack can, use that old line. It's a mild one if it's not you. But the Spurs and the doctor said he's recovering nicely. We expect a full recovery, but we can't give you a timetable on when he'll come back. He suffered the stroke on November 2nd. Fortunately, he suffered it at a team event, so the medical staff was around. And LeBron James, who turns 40 in 6 weeks, had his 3rd straight triple-double. 35 points, 12 assists, 14 rebounds. In the Lakers' 128-123 win over Memphis, where they trailed going to the 4th, so they needed every bit of it. Remarkable. College hoops last night. St. Bonaventure beat FGCU and covered 74-65. Women's action, North Florida lost. Stetson won. Jacksonville beat FIU by 18. But the big story, Carl Semesco, the only coach that FGCU's ever had, built the program into a mid-major power. 10 trips to the NCAA tournament. Would have been 11 if not the COVID year, wiping out what would have been an automatic bid. He left FGCU yesterday to go to the WNBA. He'll be the head coach of the Atlanta Dream. He had turned down so many head coaching opportunities at big-time Division I schools, and the offer that makes him leave is the WNBA. Mark, you and I know him personally. We know the landscape of women's basketball, pro and college. Do you think a few years ago he leaves for the WNBA?
I was taken aback by this. I'm so happy for Carl.
Yes,
But
we both.
I'm excited to see if his style and the way that he likes to play. It's, most of you don't watch women's college basketball. Trust me, I didn't either until I started watching Carl's teams. But they shoot a lot of threes. It's a Golden State Warrior-esque type of offense. And I want to see if he can get this to work at the highest level. If he does, it will be phenomenal, David.
3-pointers or layups. Not a fan of anything in between. We're shooting threes or layups. And now he'll do it at the highest level in Atlanta in the WNBA. Wow. NHL. Wings in overtime over the Penguins 3-2.
That's
Listen,
right. That was a big one in the house.
I'll bet it was.
That was a big one in the house.
I'll bet it was. I mean, did you have to sleep on the couch?
I did.
Maple Leafs are down 3-1 with under 5 minutes to play in Washington, and the Caps have had a great start to the season, but the Leafs tied it, and John Tavares won it in overtime. 4-3 Maple Leafs over the Caps. The Hockey Club of Utah beat Carolina 4-1. Avs double up the Kings 4-2, and Vegas 3-2 over Anaheim. And that's all I have. But between Carl Semesco leaving for the WNBA, the Diamond Sports Group, never mind all the football, I don't know. I thought it was a pretty meaty sports day and night. The NBA, apparently nobody's watching. Ratings are down. But think about it. Giannis with 59, Wembanyama with 50, a nearly 40-year-old guy had his third straight triple-double, and the Cavs are 13-0. Only 5 teams have ever started a season this well. That's just one night in the association. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I have to admit, I love the scoring. Boston 139, Spurs 139, Wizards scored 130 in regulation and lost. I mean, Memphis scored 123 in regulation and lost. Is this like the old Western Conference of the NBA in the 80s? Is this like Doug Moe and the Nuggets?
So the threes were going in last night.
Apparently so.
I mean, that's the conclusion I draw from all the scoring, because when teams are on, the game's really intriguing. When teams are off, it's ugly.
And, I mean, it makes you think they only played 3 quarters in Orlando with the Magic winning 94-90. They just called the game. So there you have it. That was the Wednesday, the hump day and night in sports.
Miller and Moulton, if we did poll questions today, there are a lot of directions we could go in. We could go the Richardson direction. We could go even with Diamond Sports. I think there's something you could pull out of that. There's some meaty things out there in the sports world. And the Richardson one fascinates me more than any, because they've basically said, we don't want the playoffs. We want to develop the quarterback. We're not interested. Fans, we are not interested in making the playoffs.
Seems what they said to us. I mean, does anybody think Anthony Richardson gives the Colts a better chance to win? I mean, this is very much, I know we've used this example often. You know, the Giants were 5-4 back in 2004, and they benched Kurt Warner for Eli Manning and went 1-6 the rest of the way and just said, yeah, he's the future. We got to develop him. Don't know what to tell you.
And that's exactly what the Colts are doing now. But to your point, David, pulling them out for 2 games and putting them back in raises as many questions as it does give us answers.
Well, and the other thing is that people didn't know if Eli Manning was going to make it or not. He hadn't played yet. There are people who've already come to a conclusion that Anthony Richardson is a waste of time. So that's the other thing that the Colts have going against them. How many people are like, yeah, this Richardson thing isn't going to work out. Why are we doing this? Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000
Do you have
now.
a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Still looking for that email?
No, he's due. Yeah, I found it. He's due to join us.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. We've got a good Thursday night football game. Commanders and Eagles to get the football weekend started. That's if you haven't been watching Maction for the distraction the last 2 nights. And we're guessing most of you have not. I failed to include this in the starting 5 because I was unaware of it till the commercial break. Mentioned that Giannis had 59 in Milwaukee's win over Detroit. Did you see how the Pistons lost?
Yeah, Giannis committed a foul, put one of the Pistons' best free throw shooters on the line to shoot 2, and he missed both.
1 second left. Milwaukee had no timeout, so they couldn't advance the ball. A 92% free throw shooter. All he has to do is make one.
Make one.
They're going to win.
Mm-hmm.
He missed them both. I mean, what else do you call that except a choke, right?
That's the definition of a choke.
I mean, damn. I mean, that's like when NC State ended up winning the Natty back in '83. They got out of their first round game, I think it was against Pepperdine, and NC State put like an 85% free throw shooter to the line twice. They were like down 6 with 40 seconds to go in their first round game. And they put an 85% free throw shooter to the line, and he missed the front end of 2 1-and-1s.
You know I love the 1-and-1.
I know you do.
Because it puts so much pressure on the free throw shooter.
Do you think, though, that, see, I like when they say, we'll give you a few 1-and-1 free throws, but come on, once you get to having committed 10 fouls, I mean, no, we're going to make these free throws too.
No, I in order to, and I mean, NC State did that throughout that tournament.
Well,
that was their method. Let's just foul guys and put them on the line.
Well, the biggest thing that he did in the region final, they're tied with Virginia, and Virginia's going to have the final shot, and he intentionally fouls a guy for Virginia who has the ball, who hits one of 2 free throws to take the lead. But now NC State has the ball with a chance to win. They score, Virginia misses the final shot, and they go to the Final Four by 1. I mean, we talk about should Todd Bowles have gone for 2. I mean, this is Jim Valvano in '83 saying, I got your analytics right here.
So, no, I'm fine with the way the rules are with 3 1-and-1 free throws, and then they go to automatic 2. But I love the 1-and-1. I love the pressure that it puts on the shooter. Always have.
I know you do. Hey, I got a question. I just threw it out there on the starting five. Aaron Rodgers was asked about his return, and he said, "Yeah, I think so." If you're the Jets, do you want him back? Now, here's the particulars. He turns 41, by the way, in less than 3 weeks. Turns 41 in early December, I believe. So you're getting 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers, and for the home stretch, 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers next year. His cap hit for next year, however, Mark, is only $23.5 million. However, if you cut him, his dead cap hits 49. Because, so much of his salary is, bonuses and this, workout this, signing this. So you can have Rodgers next year at $23.5 million. That's what he'd count against the cap. But if you want to move on from him, he's going to count 49.
David, you're so tied to him with the Jets because of the cap numbers. Would I want him back? I'm not sure. I would lean no right now because I don't know if the diminishing returns are starting to happen. I don't know if they can because of the cap. And more importantly, he only wants to run his offense. He's not willing to adapt and change to what the league has done. He doesn't like to use a lot of motion. He doesn't like to do things that seemingly every other team is doing, the window dressing, to make defenses have to at least show a little more of what they're doing. And not only are you then tied to Rodgers, you're tied to his style of offense. And if he's not willing to change, that's the problem I have.
So, once again, I'll lay it out for you. And also, you're the new general manager of the Jets. Because let's be honest, the current guy is not going to be able to make this decision because he ain't going to have the job much longer. I mean, Joe Douglas has been there, 5.5 years? And what's he got to show for it? Yeah, he gone. They're cleaning house. So you're the new GM of the Jets. He's 41.5 years old. He'll be 42 in December. Don't know whether or not he can play at a high level anymore, quite frankly. He's inflexible offensively. But if I keep him, I have a starting quarterback for $23.5 million against the cap. Not many teams in the NFL can have a starting quarterback who costs that little against the cap. But if I cut him, and all the other stuff I mentioned adds up to, we probably should move on. Okay. That's $49 million. And Mark, I ask you this. Who are you replacing him with? I mean, you have Tyrod Taylor right now on the roster. It's not like you can afford to go out and offer $45 million to Sam Darnold. Not when Rodgers' dead cap hits 49.
And I don't know if I want Sam Darnold.
Well, who also is like, no, I've already done the Jets thing. I'm good.
No, I know, but
Right.
that's starting to not look as good in Minnesota.
Well, right, yeah. Teams have, had 6-7 games on film. It's Sam Darnold after all. He's starting to,
I mean, it doesn't look like he's the next Baker or Geno right now.
Right.
Whereas earlier in the year, everybody's like, "Whoa, look, Sam Darnold. That's the next guy in line to be the Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith type quarterback."
But my point. My point is, if your dead cap hit on Rodgers is 49, you're probably not in the free agent quarterback sweepstakes. And who are you going to trade for? Like, you going to trade for Cousins? Well, that's 45 guaranteed. I mean, now all of a sudden you're spending $100 million on the quarterback position next year against the cap. So, and right now, you've won one too many games. Now, I don't know how many more you're going to win, but you've won one too many games. You're not in position to get Shador Sanders or Cam Ward. You probably need to lose out to get your quarterback in the draft.
Right now, the Jets would pick 8th for what it's worth. But these are the teams that are picking ahead of them. And how many of them need quarterbacks? New Orleans. I think that's a yes.
Uh-huh.
New England, that's a no. Las Vegas, that's a yes. Cleveland, that's a yes. Tennessee, that's a yes. The Giants, also a yes. And Jacksonville, that's a no. They're tied to their quarterback for the foreseeable future.
Now, obviously, you can move up. I mean, the Jets moved up to get Darnold. They were picking 6th, gave up 3 second-round picks to move up 3 spots to pick 3rd and get him. But, I mean, as you just mentioned, that's 5 out of 7 teams ahead of you right now who need a quarterback. And we'll see how it plays out over the final 6-7 games of the year. But just so you know, Rodgers was asked the question. It's probably not going to be Joe Douglas's call. It's going to be a new general manager. And knowing the Jets, it'll probably be somebody who's never been a general manager before.
Who will be told by the owner what he's doing with the quarterback. I don't think it's the new GM's decision. If Woody wants Aaron to be the quarterback, then Aaron's going to be the quarterback.
Well, and that's an interesting, and we don't mix politics and sports on this show, but the owner of the Jets was our ambassador to the UK, the first Trump presidency. And there are a lot of people associated with the Jets who are hoping that, you know what, that Trump names him ambassador to the UK again, because they're like, get him out of here. Please. He's making things worse.
Dadgum good point.
Well, apparently he's the hands-on, of the Johnson, family. He's the hands-on guy. That when Woody was the ambassador, that, his younger brother or what have you, just let the football people be the football people. Not that it worked out all that great, but at least, I don't know, morale was better in the office. At least Robert Saleh's not getting fired on a Tuesday morning and no one else knows it's coming.
Who knows? Maybe Aaron Rodgers will be the ambassador to the UK.
Well, there's that. Unfortunately, it'd be, if you're Woody Johnson, boy, that'd be a kick in the teeth. A, you don't get your old job back, and B, you got to get $49 million cap hit. Guy took your old gig. Son of a. But to me, I think they're stuck. You add it all up, they don't have a replacement. They're not going to have the resources, as it looks now, to replace him via the draft. They can't afford to replace him via trade or free agency. Yet he's 41 the first week of December. He'll be 3 months shy of 42 when next season starts. I mean, there's only one quarterback that's performed at a level at that age. It's Tom Brady.
And Aaron so desperately wanted this to work so he could show Tom Brady, I think, that he could do it at that age. I really do.
And show the Packers and increase his legacy by, getting it done someplace else. Yeah. Mm-hmm. By the way,
and he'll be remembered for his 4 days in the closet of darkness as he will for his quarterback play, the way things have gone the second half of this career.
I mean, he's still going to the Hall of Fame the very first time he's eligible, but this is not a good ending. This isn't even going to be as good an ending as Favre had. Favre at least had the one amazing year in Minnesota. The 3 years post Green Bay, one of them was amazing. Miller and Moulton. Roy Cummings in 25 minutes. South Florida football coach Alex Golesh in 45 minutes here on Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Blanda played until he was like 47, 48. He had a moment in it. He was like 43 years old. He had a 5-game stretch as a fill-in quarterback where he was terrific. Plus, he was also the kicker. He had a couple game-winning kicks. But, was he the every game quarterback for a full season? No. But remember, you guys I said as a starting quarterback, full-time quarterback, playing at a high level. Warren Moon played in his early 40s. He had a couple of games that he was really good. The only guy who has started in his 40s and been really good is Brady.
Wow, I didn't see this, David. Did you see the U.S. Ryder Cup players are going to get paid?
I did not. We could do that here.
The Euros are not. Article in the Telegraph that I can't read because you got to have a subscription.
Once again, guys, in D.C., you bust my balls about every fact. Okay, he started the year at 39. He turned 40 in October. But I said in his 40s, come on now. You know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is not wrong. Rodgers is 41 next month. He'll play next year at almost 42. There's only one quarterback at that age who's been an every game starter who has played well. One. Not 2 games here, 3 games here, 5 games here.
Hey, Vinny Testaverde played a game in his 40s, David. You want me to start doing that?
Exactly. Come on, guys. Fuck me. Sorry, Mom.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Roy Cummings in a little more than 15 minutes. Alex Golesh at the top of the hour, the South Florida football coach. Bulls needing to win 2 of their final 3 to be bowl eligible for a second year in a row. We're about 45 or so minutes away from you getting your fantasy football questions ready as the doc, Dr. Roto, makes his weekly house call. And we'll begin the Diamond District bonus hour with a little JP Shadrick. Don't know how much Jags we'll talk, but we'll talk plenty of football since he broadcasts it at the high level in college and the NFL. JP will join us in about an hour and a half.
And the text line's wide open at 21,000. I know most of you are in the Twitch chat room that like to get your constant text, but I miss my texters. They've been lacking in their.
They've been quiet?
They've been very quiet lately. Unless I bring up sandwiches.
Right. You bring up non-sports, text line explodes.
Right.
Sports, whatever.
I mean, literally, someone yesterday just texted me to let me know that they had a patty melt medium rare, and it was glorious.
Medium rare, huh?
That was the only thing. Nothing about sports. That was a couple of days old, and they just let me know that they had a patty melt. So I appreciate that. But David, something happened yesterday that I think you missed in the starting 5, and it's something that has been high on your list for quite a while.
What's
According
that?
to James Corrigan from the Telegraph in the UK, America's Riders' Cup players are on the course to be paid for the first time. In a break from a near 100-year tradition, Team USA is in line to receive almost $4 million collectively for next year's showdown in New York. Now, the Euros are still playing for free, according to the report. About $400,000 per player.
Well, there's 12 of them. So if they're doing 4 million, divided by 12.
I guess it's 4 million pounds. So it's a
okay. So, well, I would guess that's worth your time, right? For a week, 400 grand for the week.
Yes. Yes, I would show up for that.
So now the U.S. is going to get paid.
The Euros, as of this point, according to the article, are still playing for the passion, David.
Right, for country.
Or continent.
Right. So do you think, if that's true, and we did talk about it when the word was out about how much it costs for you to attend the Ryder Cup next year at its Bethpage, right?
Yes.
And it's a fortune. So we said, the players are going to be like, come on, you're charging the prices that you're charging, and we're doing this for free. And they've said it in the past. I mean, the first one I remember going public was David Duval 20 plus years ago. If you're the Euros, if you will, so do you keep playing for free?
And beat their ass.
Well-
No. You want to play for free, and you want to just smoke them on their own turf.
Or do you do it once, and then do you make a deal with the European Ryder Cup Committee and you say, we'll do this year for free to make a point, but if we win, we get paid, and we do the negotiating?
What would be great is if the winning team only got paid.
I think that'd be amazing. Amazing. $500,000 a player. And I know some guys only play 1 or 2 matches and some guys play 5. Don't care. Here we go. Put $6 million in the pot. Winner take all. Let's
Do it the
go.
way you want. You want to give it to charity. You want to spend it yourself. Whatever the case may be. I don't care.
That'd be awesome. I think, by the way, they should do, I mean, we've all said this in the last year or so. President's Cup should be PGA Tour LIV, and I think it should be something like that. You might as well just throw it in the middle and say, here, since both of you guys are in it for the cash grab now, let's go. Winner take all.
Love to see them put a little bit of their own up, but that'll never happen.
That would be great. Well, Mickelson would have to be involved for that to happen.
If Mickelson was the captain. I don't know if he's good enough to play on the LIV team anymore, but he could be the captain of it.
He could. There's no doubt.
Tiger, the captain of the PGA team.
Oh, man.
Mickelson, the captain of the LIV team. I mean, the President's Cup is boring. And the golf, I watch some of it. The golf's great, but I'm not getting fired up the way I do about the Ryder Cup.
No.
There's not the passion on both sides.
No. But if it was PGA Tour LIV,
oh, man.
I actually think we'd be interested. Speaking of LIV, they announced their schedule for next year. Rahm and Cam Smith had asked that apparently they play in Europe the week before the Open Championship, but they play on a course in Spain that bears no resemblance to what they're playing the next week. And so Rahm and Cam Smith, because the LIV guys didn't perform all that well in this year's Open, and they asked LIV, hey, could you find a different course the week before the Open? A link-style course? And LIV said, yeah, we'll take that under advisement, and went back to the very same course in Spain that they've been at the last 2 years.
I see they're going to Korea and Indianapolis for the two of the new venues. Right. Mm-hmm. See how Indianapolis does, because, with the fever at a high pitch in WNBA, I mean, Caitlin Clark's selling out pro-ams on the east coast of Florida.
Yeah, nearly took out a couple spectators, too, yesterday. All right, but apparently she's a 5. That's pretty good.
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's not pretty good. That's really good.
I was going to say, I didn't know. She had a lot of time in the last year and a half to play golf. She's been pretty busy. Of course, she didn't have to play in the Olympics, so, she had a little time then. But
Have you ever played in any sort of a pro-am before?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Were you playing well, so you weren't worried about hitting the spectators?
Oh, no, I was playing well, and I was terrified. On the first couple holes, okay, I was terrified. Plus, I was a local TV guy, so everybody knew me also. So it was, it's kind of like when you get asked to throw out the first pitch. It's like, oh, for goodness sakes, just don't hit the backstop and don't hit the dirt. Find the glove. Please find the glove. And luckily, I was always pretty good at the first pitch. So I will say, I'm not awful off the tee. Like, I don't hit grounders off the tee. I don't hit low hooks. I tee the ball up pretty high. I get the ball in the air. It may not go straight, but I get the ball in the air. But I was terrified. It reminded me of being back in high school playing in a big match. I was that nervous.
I still have first tee jitters when I play in my local game. So I did it. I played in the Celebrity Pro-Am twice, and there weren't a lot of people, and it was a shotgun start. But when you came to one, that's where what a semblance of a gallery there was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, please, just don't hit a low screaming hook, because I have that shot in my repertoire, and it scares the hell out of you.
So it was funny because it was in a group, and obviously there was a pro, and a couple of us the crowd was aware of, more so than the pro. And so if on a par 3, for instance, say we hit it to 25 feet on like a 180-yard par 3, all right, we'd get a nice cheer. Hey, way to go, So one time on a par 3, I hit it to like, I don't know, 20, 22 feet. Yeah, hey, way to go. Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, okay, whatever. Pro gets up there, cuts one in beautifully. All right. 4.5 feet. 6 people put their hands together. The pro turned around and said, that's a pretty good shot. But yeah, I was terrified.
I'm right there with you. And Caitlin Clark nearly, as you said, took out a couple of spectators yesterday.
Yep. She had a couple. She had the one.
She had a big gallery too.
Yeah, it was pretty far down the fairway. Yep. Nellie Corda said, I play in front of this all the time. So they're in Orlando at the Annika, and the LPGA wraps up their season next week in Naples. Roy Cummings is next. Miller and Moulton. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Whoops. Oh, there's Roy.
Morning, guys.
Good
Morning.
How we doing?
Excellent. Yourself?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good.
Okay. Since
Okay.
you live there,
Yeah.
and I understand St. Pete and Tampa are two very different places and counties and all that. They going to pay the money to repair the trop?
I would bet the no on this one because I just don't see this ownership group doing that. I mean,
Well,
look,
but
they don't want to pay for
isn't
players.
it St. Pete who has to come up with the money? I mean, they're the landlord. Their Rays are just the tenant.
Right. But I think that, well, there's a partnership, obviously, and I think the team's going to have to come up with something. I don't know exactly how this contract works, in this situation. Look, there's plenty of federal money they could get. I'm sure they're insured. But here's the other thing is you put $56 million into a building that is going to be there for 3 years. You might be better off just somehow using that money to expedite the process of building a new stadium sooner.
But they can't they can't get it built in less than 3 years.
No, but if you start sooner rather than later, you might be able to there might be a way to get that done. Use this money to do that.
Don't you think, though, that you look literally minor league, though, if you play 3 years in minor league ballparks, that if you're Sternberg, of course you don't want to dip into your pocket and pay the money if the city won't, but it's just such a bad look, Roy.
Oh, I know it is. It's a very look. You can empathize with them for the fact that look, this doesn't happen very often. I mean, but at the end of the day, I was wondering this morning. I was kind of showering up this morning. I was thinking, what if I'm a free agent? Do I want to go there now and not knowing where you're going to play, what the facility's going to be? I think it hurts them a lot.
That's why I think they got if St. Pete won't pay the money, I think Sternberg has to, because that's 3 years of damage to that organization.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. There are facilities around that they can make work, but it's just not pro ball. I mean, it's not big league baseball is what it is. It's kind of like the Arizona Coyotes playing at Arizona State.
Exactly.
And don't get me wrong, I went to one of their games, and it was cool. In a 4,800 seat arena. I mean, it was cool.
Right.
But made the franchise look like a joke.
Yeah. Well, Lightning played a year in the fairgrounds here in Tampa, 10,000 seat stadium. It was very intimate. They made it work. It's doable. They might be better off putting $50 million into building up something like Steinbrenner Field, where the Yankees have spring training, into a 25,000 seat stadium.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. South Florida football coach Alex Golesh will join us then, an hour away from the doctor making his weekly house call to answer your fantasy football questions. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He joins us every week at this day. Sometimes he moves his time around. We ask him to. He's Roy Cummings. He follows the Bucs. Follow him on X at rcummingsfhcn, rcummingsfhcn. He joins us once again on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Ah, man, 4 weeks in a row, 4 good teams. They play really well. They lose. This is getting old, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. I think at the end of the day, at the end of the year, more than likely, they're going to look back at this 4-game stretch and say, that was our season right there, and we just couldn't quite get it done. And they were in a tough spot, no doubt. You're in a tough spot because you're missing some key players, and but the offense actually did okay. Put them in position to win a couple of games, and they just couldn't pull it out, which is really unfortunate because, again, if they win, 1 or 2 of those, they're in much better shape.
All right. I've seen a lot of different people and different, Bucs websites trying to put the hot seat on Todd Bowles. Is that fair at all? I mean, I know the defense has not played well in these games, and the defense, I think, has largely been the cause of the losses, not the offense. But with the offense as banged up as they are, is it even fair to be putting Todd Bowles on the hot seat at this point?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, I don't think it has much to do with him, to be honest. I mean, look, he hasn't blitzed as much. It's supposed to be a defensive-oriented team. I don't buy that, really. I think the defense has been solid. It's gotten better the last couple of weeks. I think that's important. And, so I'm not exactly sure, what I wouldn't put it on Todd Bowles. I mean, look, he's got you into contention. And, I think that's important. So I think he's done a decent job. I don't think he's done so poorly that he needs to be replaced. And again, before you replace somebody, who are you going to replace him with? I've always felt that way. This team is built for his defense. They haven't drafted, exceptionally well, but they've also drafted late in the round. So, you got to put it all together and say, okay, what's he working with here? What's he working with? And I really think the last two games in particular have shown what this team is capable of. And outside of the teams that they just lost to, Kansas City and, San Francisco's not great, but I think the rest of the schedule is very favorable. We've talked about that. And I think there's a series of wins in there for them going forward that they can get back into this thing. The NFC is not very good overall. There's only 2 or 3 teams at the top that they have to really worry about, and they're not facing them going down the stretch here.
And is that, and to clarify, Roy said the last 2 weeks the defense has played a lot better. They gave a 24 in regulation in Kansas City, 23 in regulation to the Niners, obviously losing both games. But to review, Baltimore, Atlanta, Kansas City, San Francisco, is the conclusion, hey, those 4 teams are just better. Those are 4 playoff teams. Those are potentially 4 division champions. And we're at best a wild card team. Is that the conclusion from the last 4 weeks?
I would conclude that they are just a little bit better right now. I would not conclude that this is just a wild card team, because I still think the division is up for grabs. Look, the Falcons did the Bucs a favor last week by not winning. Bucs couldn't take advantage of that, but they were in a position to do it twice. Look, they're a couple of executions away on critical plays inside the red zone at the goal line from winning 2 of those games. And what are we talking about then? Okay, we're not there. I understand that. But the season's not over. There's half a season to play. They're going to get Mike Evans back, they believe. I think he'll probably be healthy before, so they should be better down the stretch. And look, if the Falcons hit any kind of a, bump in the road, that division can be taken. It's only the Falcons that you have to worry about.
1 or 2 more plays on either side of the ball. I think we're talking about the legend of Baker Mayfield right now. I mean, the way he's been able to drive them down the field with what is a depleted offense, and the plays he's making, and turned Kyle Otten into a top-level tight end over the matter of a couple of weeks here. It's disheartening, Roy, because 1 or 2 more plays, and I really think we're talking about the legend of Baker Mayfield.
You are. And you know what? How many times have you heard analysts talk about it's a quarterback-driven league? If you've got the quarterback, you can get to where you want to get to in this league, and they've got the quarterback. I mean, look, in that moment last week where he's making that throw, fourth quarter, trying to drive the team down to get in position to score and win the game. He's got one arm tied up by a defender. He's getting pushed out of bounds, and he somehow makes a play. I said right then, and that's one of the greatest plays I've ever seen.
Tom Brady said it's the greatest play he's ever seen a quarterback make.
Yes. And you know what? Look, I saw Doug Williams throw a touchdown pass from his butt while laying on his butt. So I'll take that one over this one. But they're in the same category. And right then and there, you're talking about play of the year, and that's how good he is. And we see, and we're fortunate. We see it every week, all the time. Maybe not to that degree, but we see him, fight for extra yards on a run. We see him scramble out of the pocket and make plays that aren't there. Okay, he had a stretch where he threw some bad interceptions, cost him a game probably. Quarterbacks are going to do that, especially when they don't feel confident in their defense. So, yes, the Bucs are very fortunate to have him. He's a key to their success. And as long as he's healthy, they've got a chance. And he's healthy and he's playing his best football. They've got a chance.
He's Roy Cummings, covering the Bucs. Follow him on X, R Cummings FHCN, R Cummings FHCN, joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies hotline. Well, you mentioned it. Giants, Carolina, Raiders, only team with a winning record is 4 weeks from now at the Chargers. And it's not like that's going to be a daunting atmosphere or anything. They don't have any fans.
No.
All right. Then Dallas, Carolina, the Saints. They're going to be favored in 6 of their next 7 games, Roy.
You just can't stub your toe. You just can't stub your toe. You got to really be on the details and make sure that you take full advantage of this opportunity that's ahead. You knew you were going to be in a tough stretch in the middle of the season. You've survived it now. You're still in the running for at least a wild card spot. And again, if that's all you get, then that's all you get. But get into the dance. That's what matters. And, my old partner at the Tampa Tribune, Ira Kaufman, used to say something all the time. He used to say about teams and about sometimes leagues, who scares you? Well, in the NFC, who scares you? The Lions, okay, they're pretty good. They're all right. Who else scares you? The Eagles are getting better, okay. But who scares you? Nobody really. The Bucs are as good as any other team outside of those two, and maybe as good as at least one of them, in my opinion, in the NFC. And if they can just, do what they need to do, win the games you should win, as we've talked about many times, they can be in this thing at the end and get into the playoffs. And then, again, depends on matchups, health, weather sometimes, what falls your way and what can happen then. So, look, plenty to play for here for this team. Plenty to play for.
Bye probably coming at the right time. And we already know the receivers that are down with Tristan Wirfs getting banged up in the MCL. They probably really needed this week off, didn't they?
Yeah, they really did. And I don't know about Tristan Wirfs going forward. That one did not look good. The only good thing is he was walking off. He was obviously hobbling, but that's a tough one. But you know what? Hey, Schooley came in and actually played fairly well, but they're going to need people to step up. That's the game. It's who gets hurt, who doesn't, who stays healthy. But look, the bye week does come at a good time. They've been through a rough stretch. They're beat up. They need a break. They need to rethink a couple of things. But I think they're ahead of the game plan defensively, and clearly, as we've talked about, offensively, they know what they've got in that running back room, and it's good. And now they've found a couple of other weapons that take some pressure off Mike Evans going forward. So that's a good thing as well.
I could argue, and they're pros, and this may just be something that a Yahoo Sports Radio guy says, but I think it might be very important for Tampa Bay for Denver to beat Atlanta Sunday because Tampa's off.
Yeah.
And the difference between if Atlanta loses, then the Bucs show up for practice on Monday, and they know they're only a game back in the loss column.
Yeah.
It'd be 6-5, and they're at 4-6. But if Atlanta goes to Denver and wins, they're 7-4. And even though Atlanta's got 3 other challenging games on their schedule, I got it in front of me here. They got to play the Chargers. They got to go to Minnesota. They got to go to Washington. All right. So you kind of looked at of their final 7, they may only be favored in 3 of them, Atlanta, while Tampa's going to be favored in 6 of their final 7. I really think, Roy, the outcome of Atlanta at Denver psychologically could be really big for the Bucs.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a great point to make because look, Atlanta, I think, is vulnerable. I think they'll lose a couple down the stretch here. If this is one of them and the Bucs are right there in position to take the division, they can still do it. So, as I said, a lot to play for here, and Atlanta is not great. They could be. They may prove me wrong. I've said all along the Bucs are the better team. They're going to have to prove it now with a lot of backups in place. But at the end of the day, I still think they're capable of getting into the playoffs and winning this division. So let's see what happens. But yeah, that would be a big mental boost for the Buccaneers. It would help them immensely. I know they're going to be watching that one closely.
Taking Baker out of it, who's been your MVP for the Bucs thus far?
Oh wow. Well, I can't pick anybody on the offensive side, on the defensive side. You know what? To me, it's a toss-up between Cade Otton and Bucky Irving, and not because they've helped them win games. because that hasn't happened the last couple of weeks. But you found weapons on that side of the ball that aren't Chris Godwin and Mike Evans, and you found them at a time when you need them. So to me, those guys have really stepped up and played exceptionally well and shown that they're capable of more snaps and more opportunities and more touches. And boy, oh boy, you got to give it to them, because I think they've, play. I mean, look, the obvious answer is Baker Mayfield, right? Okay, I'm trying to get away from that, so someone other than that. But I will say that Bucky Irving and Kate Otten, to me, have proven that they are much better than what people thought they were at the beginning of the year.
We got a couple of minutes left. I'm going to change the subject. As a Tampa resident and as a huge Tampa St. Pete sports fan, obviously, you concerned about the future of the Rays?
I am. I think this is an opportunity for them to look. I have to believe one of the options is to move somewhere else for 3 years, outside of the state, perhaps, that we don't even see on the radar. And if that happens, it's not a good thing. Look, there's plenty of opportunities for the Rays to stay in Tampa Bay. Play in Orlando, possibly. Play in Tampa, where the Yankees train. Play in Dunedin or Clearwater, where the Phillies and Blue Jays train. There's plenty of opportunities for that. It could happen, but is that really the best option? It's hard to know. So, it's a tough one. Yeah, I am concerned. I think this is an opportunity. If you ever really did want to move this team, here's an opportunity to go play in Nashville or somewhere, and see what another community can do for you. So it's possible, because I think everything is on the board now as an option, and Major League Baseball is going to let them go play where they want. Look, they could go play in Oakland for 3 years, guys. There's a stadium there.
Well, as of now, Major League Baseball has said publicly and privately to the Rays, you need to stay in the region. Now, things might change if the city of St. Pete isn't going to come up with the $56 million to repair the trop. Yeah. I have a feeling baseball may change their tune after that. But I just wanted to ask Roy, the sports fan and the resident, you're watching the news every day. You're licking your finger, you're holding it up in the air. The winds have changed and what have you. So enjoy your bye week. We'll talk next week.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Roy Cummings, R. Cummings FHCN is how you follow him on X. R. Cummings FHCN. Bucs off this week. Much needed bye week. Hopefully they can get Wirfs and Evans back next week when they're playing the Giants.
Is 10 going to be enough for the Bucs, David? That's the question. I mean, they've got no room for error.
No.
They've got to win 6 of the 7 for sure. All 7 would get them in at 11. We know that. Could even win them the division. That seems unlikely. But does 6 of 7, does 10 and 7 get them in?
Right now, the 7 seeds Green Bay, they're 6-3. So if you're thinking that Atlanta's going to get to 10 and they own the tiebreaker, you somehow have to win the 10-7 tiebreaker to be the 7 seed in the NFC. I'll say it again. They have the tiebreaker over the Commanders. Like, if you're a Bucs fan, you root for the Eagles tonight because you'll win a 10-7 tiebreaker with Washington. For what it's worth, Mark, Tampa's 4-3 in the NFC. The Packers are 2-3. So maybe they'd win a conference tiebreaker with the Packers.
Start rooting for the NFC North against the Packers when they play their division games coming up. That's big for the Bucs. Miller and Moulton. 8 o'clock hour ahead. Alex Golesh, head coach of the South Florida Bulls, will join us on the other side. Dr. Roto in 40 minutes on Miller and Moulton.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wow, they're early today.
So are they on hold already?
They're already on hold.
Oh. They are the best athletic department we've ever worked with. I mean, in terms of this stuff. Jim, we're not surprised he left because he had basically done all he could do there. I don't think any of us saw the WNBA coming. Happy for him, though. I'm thrilled for him.
I'm ecstatic for him. I really am.
We haven't talked to Coach in a long time because the hurricane was the time we were supposed to talk to him, and then our phones got knocked out for almost 3 weeks. So we haven't talked to Coach. It might have been late September, very early October last time we talked to Coach. Oh, my goodness, Ambient. We've had Semesco on 50 times more.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on Miller and Moulton, at least in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Joining us once again on the American Paint Supplies hotline is the South Florida football coach, Alex Golesh. And it's been a while between a hurricane and then our phones getting knocked out because of the hurricane. It's been well over a month. Coach, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it's always our pleasure. Listen, you've played a challenging schedule. The 5 teams you've lost to have all been ranked at some point this year. Miami, Alabama, you got Tulane, you got Memphis, you got Navy. In fact, 3 of the 5 are ranked now. Big picture here. Looking at you, your program, and them, how have you felt you've competed?
Yeah, you know what? I think part of accepting the challenge and part of doing this at this level, you want to play elite teams. Obviously the goal is to get to the point where you're consistently one of those teams, and that's what we came here to do. That doesn't happen overnight, and you want it to happen as fast as it possibly can. But I feel like we've gone out and competed at a high level early in the season. As we've gotten beat up, it's been a little bit challenging in terms of, as you're playing young guys, you're starting to see young guy mistakes. Now, our guys are playing their butts off in terms of effort, but as you've had to go with some guys that are younger purely because of out of need, you feel like on a positive, you're building a lot of depth. On a negative, you're experiencing some young guy mistakes. So the key is to be able to put it all together here these last 3 weeks and continue to compete at a high level and eliminate the mistakes so you can execute at a high level.
Charlotte this week, they haven't played since Halloween, a big gap for them. Is it important to get, it's always important to get off to a fast start, Coach, but when a team hasn't played in that long, it seems like you have an opportunity to really take advantage of maybe them being not as fresh and not as game ready. How important is a fast start against Charlotte?
Yeah, critically important. For us, we started the year out and we were a really fast start team. And the last couple of weeks, we have not been. Really unique situation. Like you said, they're coming off of 16 days where they haven't played, just the way that the bye weeks fell, and playing a Thursday game. That could be really good and that could be really bad. I haven't been a part of a break that long, but you could see certainly from a health standpoint how it's a huge, huge benefit. At the same time, as you get into a season, it's so rhythmic where you're just used to the process of getting ready every single week, where it could be a negative as well. So for us, absolutely huge to start fast. Absolutely huge for us to have some momentum early and some positive things happen early to get rolling through the beginning part of that game.
Recently, groundbreaking on the new stadium. And when we interviewed you last year, the financing had been approved and all that. But, now it's even, quote, more of a reality. From a recruiting standpoint, how significant is this going to be?
Yeah, really huge. I think twofold. One, the stadium is monumental in terms of it being the next step for us as a football program. I think as you look at college football, that's just part of it. That you've got a stadium on campus. It's part of your campus community. It's part of the environment on Saturdays in the fall. It's absolutely huge for our community to be able to one, tie it all together, but two, be able to host other events in there. Absolutely huge. You know, I think the biggest thing from a recruiting standpoint is the football operations building that's being built right next to it, which is going to be as nice and as functional as anywhere in the entire country. I really think when this is done, when the building's done here in 2 years, it's going to be the best football facility in the entire country. And super grateful, obviously, for the investment in football. But I think what we've sold for 2 years is a vision. I think what we've sold for 2 years is a commitment. I think now that you see cranes out there actually moving dirt for recruiting, it shows that we're continuing to build, continuing to grow, and we're ready to take this next step as a football program.
I want to get back to this Charlotte game because you're at a point where now you've got to win 2 out of 3 to go to a bowl. I know your expectations are to do that. When you look at Charlotte, where do you think the advantages come for your offense? Because you scored a lot of points against them last year.
Yeah, you know, they're a totally different football team. And I think in this modern day of college football, you've got the ability to reset a roster relatively quickly. You know, they're so much improved, really on both sides of the ball, but defensively, really, really good up front. You know, really good in the back end in terms of talent. I think for us, we've got to be able to get back to the run game. You know, when we run the ball effectively, really in all of our wins, plus the Alabama game, where you're sitting there in the fourth quarter and you're either ahead or right where you want to be, we've run the ball effectively. I think for us, that's such a huge part of our rhythm offensively, such a huge part of us moving the chains and staying ahead of the chains in early downs offensively. So I would say the key would be to effectively run the ball early in the game to be able to settle the quarterback in and then take what they give you in terms of the vertical passing game. Defensively, for us to have some success early, you know, we've spotted teams 7 points for the most part of the year. And so it's kind of a cool story at the end when you come back and win. It's about as gut-wrenching as it can be from offensive football in terms of feeling like you're behind and coming back. And so stopping the run, they're a super, super run-heavy team, playing bigger sets, stopping the run defensively and running the ball offensively, I think is going to be the difference in the game.
South Florida football coach Alex Golesh, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. If you've addressed this, I've missed it, and I'll apologize in advance. But Brown, your quarterback, has missed 5 of the 9 games. Are you hopeful he will return down the stretch?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that it happened so early in the season, and he's fought like crazy to get back. You know, for him, the injury is one that had to heal, but also one that he's been able to push through and continue to practice. I think it's so important from a quarterback standpoint to one, mentally stay in it, but 2, physically, from an arm health standpoint, just being able to move around and not. So when you come back, it doesn't take you 2 games to get settled back in. Again, such a rhythmic position where you've got to be in a groove. And so we're hopeful that here in the next 48 hours that he'll be able to go. This is as good as he's looked all week in practice, but he's got to be 100% for him to be able to play the way he plays and the way he's able to move around in the pocket and be able to extend plays. Really, really close. If not, we'll go with Bryce and Izzy, and those guys are fully ready to go win this football game.
You talked in your presser earlier this week about missed assignments against Navy. I know that's a tough team to miss assignments because they don't miss very many. How do you correct the missed assignments for this week?
Yeah, well, I think twofold. Part of what Navy does offensively forces that in some ways. And I'm not saying it's an excuse. It's the ability to minimize them is the difference in the football game. For us, the missed assignments is all part of the execution piece. It's all part of the prep. It's all part of the moment not being too big when you get there and relying back on the process for when you get to Saturday afternoon. We've worked really, really, really hard to, one, simplify a little bit to allow our guys to play fast, but two, poured into the extra work it takes, to be able to go get it. I think we're so focused all the time on putting in the work throughout the week to be able to go perform at a high clip. I think when you start to push down your depth and start to play some young guys, you're kind of living with some of the young guy mistakes, and you're trying to make those young guys grow up really, really fast. And so, we're close to playing almost 20, 21 freshmen or redshirt freshmen, which is a really, really good thing for the future of the program. It's a really nerve-wracking thing for right this second. And so you're trying to minimize those by putting in extra work in terms of extra walkthroughs, extra meetings, to be able to give these guys the confidence to go play really, really fast.
Last year, you constantly, when you would make your appearance with us, you would talk about how important it is to establish our culture and establish success. And you had a tremendous season last year. With that in mind, how important is it to continue it by winning at least 2 of your last 3, going to another bowl? How important is that in the building of a program process?
Yeah, I think obviously having success is critically important, but for us, I go back to when we got here and what we took over. When we got here, and part of the reason why I chose to come here was because, one, we were going to have the resources to go do it in terms of hiring a staff, in terms of retaining players, in terms of building the facilities we need to create, at the end of the day, a sustainable program that's having success at an elite clip every single year, which is why we've gone out with the recruiting model that we've gone out with, where we've recruited at an incredibly high rate from a high school standpoint. We've gone out in the portal and filled some pieces to have success early, which I thought was important as well, without sacrificing the long-term stability of the program. So year one, you showed some proof of concept of what we are offensively and defensively. We had some success. And now as you go into year 2 and the way the schedule's set up, we needed to go have success early. We fluttered at times. We had success at times. For us to be able to go finish, what that success looks like certainly includes postseason play, so you can continue to practice.
Right.
You can continue to get guys reps that need the reps as you go into the following year. But I think success is defined for us as just continuous growth. And I'm not minimizing the importance of winning.
Mm-hmm.
The continuous growth includes winning, but the continuous growth includes driving of the culture, becoming player driven, driving of the culture of the expectation of success week to week through what our process really looks like.
Coach?
Because again, if we can get these young guys to continue to go, continue to grow, continue to develop,
right,
we'll be able to have sustained success as we go. And so critically important. The short answer to your question is critically important. For us as a program, we've got to go win this week and then worry about the last 2 when the last 2 come.
Coach, safe travels. Best of luck against Charlotte. Then your home finale the following week against Tulsa, and we look forward to talking to you in and around the holiday. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Go Bulls.
Alex Golesh, head coach of South Florida. They're 4-5. Charlotte, Tulsa, and Rice to finish the year, all equal to them or below them in the conference standings. Dr. Roto in 25 minutes.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Darcy, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and CoreTech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Wow.
What?
Your range of motion's gotten a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, it has. I don't know if you noticed when you did the music for the starting five, I even went.
Yeah, I noticed both arms, but the headset was what impressed me.
Yeah, I haven't tried above the head yet. They want
Baby
me
steps.
to, I can almost extend my arm straight out. It's close, not
Good for
quite
you.
there yet, but it's getting there.
That's got to feel good because it was so long without any movement.
I slept 6.5 hours last night straight. That's the last thing that I need to come together. I need it, but now I have an adjustable bed and it's angled, and so I know I'm going to sleep better at home. sleeping on the road is a challenge. It really is. That's probably the piece that needs to come together.
Thank goodness I had a promo at the top there. I just cut that out.
Yeah.
That was a Brando-esque answer there.
You know, it was. He's good at 60-second answers. He gave us like a 2:15.
I know.
Oh, well.
You know, I think if we ever have Timmy B back on, do you start the interview? Tim, we've only got 12 minutes here.
Totally. No, when I line them up, I'll say, just so you know, we got 15 minutes, which could be a greeting. Yeah, Sonny, I think we're all happy for Semesco. I think we're all curious.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So Roy Cummings has joined us. Alex Golesh has joined us. Dr. Roto will answer your fantasy football questions in about 15 minutes. You can start submitting your questions, whether it be 21,000 on the text line or in the Twitch chat room, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. And we will line up the questions. And I missed like 2 in the Twitch chat room last week. I am kicking myself. I'm really good usually at every question that gets submitted, getting it in. And I missed 2 of you last week. And so I promise I will not do that again this week unless we literally run out of time. I'm going to get everybody. See, I can use my right arm now. Like I haven't been writing the questions down the last few weeks, but I'm much better writing now since, my surgery on my upper arm, and I can write. So I've already written a few of the questions down that I don't want to miss. Don't want to miss.
21,000 is the text line, and I miss my texters. I don't know where you've been. You've abandoned me. You've been very quiet. So I'm expecting a lot of questions for Dr. Roto on the text line today, even though I'm not going to get them.
Unless the question is cheeseburger or double cheeseburger. Then there's thousands of you that text out of nowhere. So, Miller and Moulton. I know you and I are fascinated by this. I don't know if 19 people are outside of the Tampa-St. Pete area, but I don't know. I'm worried. I'm worried about the future of the franchise. I am. I mean, because they've been successful. I mean, no offense, even though the Marlins have won 2 World Series, they've had like 3 winning seasons in 20 years. And now they're going into another abyss where they're tearing it down again. It's like, oh, wow, you've had 1 winning season in the last 8.
What are they tearing down, actually?
Well, I know.
What are they tearing down?
Hey, the new GM convinced the owner that what Kim Ang did needed to be torn down. All right. We need to establish the way we're
going to the playoffs.
Apparently, that it sucked. It sucked. Acquiring a batting champion, just bad deal. Got to send them packing. But I mean, I will say their systems, they're loading it back up again. They had a couple of young hitters came up. Let's hope so. But just we can't have faith in that organization. I mean, we can't. We have faith in the Rays.
But the Rays are coming off of all these injuries. That pitching staff's coming back next year, largely intact.
Same with the Marlins, in fairness. Both teams are returning basically their starting rotations off the IL. But we just don't have faith in the team in Miami, and they've earned that lack of faith. We have faith in the team in St. Pete.
But if you're a free agent, are you at all thinking about signing with the Tampa Bay Rays?
Hell no. Hell no. Now, I don't know how interested you've been in the past, but no. Hey, listen, are the A's going to get, or the Aths, or whatever the hell they're going to have to be called for the next 3 years? I mean, how many people are going to raise their hand, jump up and down, and go, ooh, I want to play in Sacramento?
Nobody. These guys part of the free agency thing is it's the most money. But when money's equal, it's the city, it's the facilities, it's where you're going to the ballpark every day. So I'm with you, David. I think the Rays are in a very tough spot. I just wonder. You talk about the future of the franchise. It boils down to the vote more than it boils down to where they play the next couple of years to me. Because this stadium deal is not done yet. And with the changing of the guard in the county government and one more vote on the horizon and the fact that they may not vote to spend the money to fix the Trop, there's a lot in front of what the Rays have.
I'm worried about the $56 million, which apparently is going to be discussed next week. That to me is if they don't approve the $56 million, they're going to kill the stadium deal. I mean, come on, think about it. I mean, the $56 million is step A. The second step's much bigger. But if you're not going to do the $56 million, I mean, come on. Somebody needs to convince them. I know it makes no sense on paper. We're going to knock it down in 2.5, 3 years. Why put $56 million into it? Because we're going to lose the team.
Where are they going to lose the team to? Let me just play the other side. Where are they? Who's the city? Because as you've pointed out, Portland and Nashville, they want those for expansion. There's $2 billion per expansion franchise coming. That goes right directly to the owner's pockets. I don't think they give up on an expansion city, if you know what I mean, David.
Orlando, Montreal, Oakland, San Antonio. They already have a dome they can play in San Antonio. I know it was built for football. They could play baseball there. I mean, there'd be places to go. Here's what I think, Mark. First off, the Rays would be cheaper than an expansion team. If I'm one of these cities, I mean, hell, baseball's looking for $2 billion up front as a signing bonus. And then you got to put all the money into the stadium and the team and what have you. $2 billion from a city. You don't have to pay $2 billion to get the Rays. Hell, you could buy the Rays for 60, 70, 80% of that. He doesn't get more than $1.5 billion if he puts that team on the market. He doesn't. All right, you could buy the Rays and save $500 million than what it would cost to get an expansion team. And the organization comes with it.
Well, I'd even argue if it's $2 billion, it's worth it. If it's the same as an expansion franchise, because as you pointed out, the organization, which is a good one, comes with it.
You know, in our Twitch chat room, somebody's mentioning Utah. I mean, I got to say, there's a couple of people in the Salt Lake area who want to turn it into Vegas. They've already brought a hockey team there.
That would be that's probably, of all the cities that have been mentioned, that seems like one that could happen, that they could make that happen. They seem to be in the pro sports business right now. The other ones you've mentioned really, I mean, they're not even in the expansion baseball business right now.
Larry Beal was a ESPN anchor back in the day. He does sports in the San Francisco market. He did an impassioned takedown of the A's owner right before their final home game, in which he just flat out said, John Fisher, I think is the owner's name. John, I know 3 billionaires who would buy the team from you right now and pay you more than top dollar. See, I think if this thing begins to go south in the next 3 weeks, all right, I think there are people around the country who'd pick up the phone, because I think the city of Oakland would financially do what's necessary for a different owner. You know, the Fisher-Oakland relationship had soured. Okay, you get a new owner, whether it's Sternberg or Sternberg sells the team, and that guy's going to bring it to Oakland, I'll bet you they'd build him a spanking brand new ballpark.
Yeah, I don't see, in California, building a new publicly financed ballpark, I think you're nuts.
Okay.
I think there are other cities. That's why I think Salt Lake, who's in the pro sports business right now, would do it. I don't see California as a viable option anywhere.
Sonny brings up Charlotte. We've talked about that. It was, hey,
Not gonna happen.
if you don't block Nashville, you can't block Charlotte. It's the same driving distance. I think baseball would lean on the Braves and say, I don't know what to tell you.
Braves have been able to hold that off for a long time.
I know.
A long time.
It's the same drive from Atlanta to Charlotte as it is Atlanta to Nashville.
You're right. We've both done them a million times.
All right. Get your fantasy football questions submitted. 21,000 on the text line or in the Twitch chat room. Dr. Roto makes his weekly house call next. JP Shadrick at the top of the Diamond District bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Oh, there you are. All right, perfect.
Hey,
Morning, Doc.
sorry about that. I have two sign-ins on my Chrome because I don't use Chrome and I can only use Chrome for StreamYard.
Gotcha.
Sorry. A little dramatic. David loves the dramatic.
I have fought and clawed my way back up to 500, and I am just going to die this week, Doc.
This is a brutal week with the Panthers. Not Panthers. The Bucs, the Giants. Like it's a very under the radar bye week.
Yeah, I've just lost so many players due to injury this year. And Tyreek Hill is not living up to his draft status.
No. How does Tua try to make that tackle with your head down?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, David.
Morning.
Top of the morning to you.
At the last second, he kind of turns his head out. He goes down, and at the last second, he turns the head out of the way so the guy hits his shoulder.
But if you're a player on the Dolphins, do you actually want him trying to tackle? I'd be like,
No.
dude, don't worry about it. It's all good. Stay away.
Yep. Even if it's a pick six, we're good.
We're good. Better than you than Skylar Thompson. Just stay out there. There's rumblings from a trusted source that Daniel Jones is out next week and Dable's going to be out at the end of the season.
Well, I'll be bummed if they get rid of Dable.
The rumor is they're not selling enough seats.
Yeah, that's
they have to, and the people, it's not good for business. But I don't think Dable's the problem. Daniel Jones is the problem.
I think Daniel Jones is a problem, and I think Joe Shane has done a much worse job than Dable.
Yeah, well, this year has been good.
Yeah, no, his draft this year was good. Of course, he let Saquon walk, but
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. It's time for our weekly house call from our resident doc. Doc Roto, Dr. Roto, DRROTO.com, DRROTO on X. And he joins us every week at this time. You can also hear Dr. Roto Saturday mornings on the SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio. How you doing?
I'm doing well. We were talking before about this being a tough week with bye weeks. The Buccaneers and Cardinals have been really productive fantasy-wise, and to lose them this week is rough. I mean, the next few weeks, guys, is going to be a war of attrition between injuries and bye weeks because there's a lot of byes in week 11, 12, and 14. So if you can make it through those weeks, good for you.
All right, with that being said, Doc, I ask you this nearly every week, but people are trying to pick up players on their waiver wire. The injury bug has hit. So if you're looking for a running back, where are you going right now to try to stash someone who might get in the lineup should there be an injury?
Yeah, it's brutal. There's two guys I can give you. One is Audric Estime, who is appearing more and more like the guy in Denver, but you cannot trust Sean Payton. I mean, Javonte Williams could have looked at Payton the wrong way and before the game, and Payton's like, yeah, you're not playing today, right? So he rotates those running backs. But, I mean, Estime right now looks like he's in their plans. And I'll give you a guy, Zamir White. I just don't think that Alexander Mattison is the future in Las Vegas. Not that Zamir is, but maybe after their bye week, they commit themselves to their running game. Let's see. I think this Dolphins matchup is going to be brutal for them. I think they're going to get hammered.
All right. Nell Skyer says, listen, I'm strong at wide receiver, but I'm weak at running back, which I think a lot of people are. So he's contemplating this trading St. Brown for Saquon. Would you do it if you were him?
I mean, yeah, that's a pretty good trade. So what I don't want people to do is be desperate. Right. And that's that. I don't want you to trade a great receiver for a mediocre running back. Here he's trading a great receiver for a great running back. I'd rather just, and I'm telling you a very true thing right now. On one of my leagues that I'm second or third in, I'm not playing a running back. I have no running back this week because I'm not going to drop a good player for a crappy running back. I'd rather just wait the week. I'll hope that my quarterback and my receivers get it done. So I don't ever, am I going to get a 0? Yes, but I'd rather the 0 than drop somebody who could be valuable to somebody else.
All right, let's get to the questions. Hunt or Montgomery is where I start, Doc.
Wow, two guys I really like. I mean, I think it has to be Montgomery. The Lions are projected to put up 30 points in this game, but I will give you a thing. I think the Jaguars are going to be keep it a little closer than most people think. I think they're going to lose by 10 and not by 13. But I mean, how does Montgomery not score at home?
Autumn Wynn needs an answer today because of one of the two quarterbacks he's considering: Brock Purdy against Seattle or Jalen Hurts tonight against the Commanders.
Let's just talk about tonight's game. This is a tough game for me, meaning I like Jalen Hurts. That guy I'm starting, but I'm starting Purdy over him. Just telling you that right now. 49ers are going to put up 30 this week, and Purdy's going to be a big part of that with McCaffrey there. So, but in terms of tonight's game, you start Hurts, you start Saquon, you start A.J. Brown. I think you start Devonta Smith, but I don't feel great about it. I think the question is, do you start Jaden Daniels and feel great about it? It's a tough matchup. The Eagles' defense has been pretty good the last couple of weeks, but I think you start him. I think they'll be better with Brian Robinson back. You start McLaurin.
And he's not been running as much the second half of the season. When you look at Daniels too, they've been
limited.
Right, they've been limited in how much he runs, which it limits his fantasy production. All right, sit one of these receivers: Adams, Sutton, Tillman. Who's sitting?
Please don't hate me, but I'm sitting Devonta Adams. I'm not sitting Sutton, okay, because I think Sutton is by far the best receiver. And Cedric Tillman, look, this is the Jameis Winston revenge game. People forget about that. Jameis got some revenge there with the Saints. I mean, why wasn't – ask yourself this question. Why did they go out and pay Derek Carr 3 bags of money when they could have just paid Jameis Winston?
Because Dennis Allen hated him.
Hated him. Well, do you know what? Dennis Allen was a jerk who stunk. Let's be honest.
Well, but the GM hired him as coach. I mean, you asked why. The coach hated him. We've all had people hate us. We don't play.
You know, let me say something about Dennis Allen, and you'll appreciate this more than anybody, David. What happened with the Jamal Williams touchdown tells you everything about how the team thinks about Dennis Allen. They didn't listen to him at all.
Don't disagree. TD Tanner, he's got Baker on a bye, and he had Flacco, and he's been benched. So he's like, okay, do I just pick up a quarterback on the waiver wire, like Jameis perhaps? Or he's got a trade proposal where he trades Ray Baker, I think the Bills running back, for Aaron Rodgers.
All right, so listen, I would rather keep Ray Davis 10 times out of 10 and pick up Jameis than go get me Aaron Rodgers. So, I got obliterated last week in DFS. And why? Because I had the jet stack. Ooh, I had Rodgers and the receivers and Breece Hall with James Conner. Here I was, this genius DFS expert. Aaron Rodgers looked terrible. I mean, really, he was throwing balls on the ground. If I'm the Jets, I'm not thrilled that he wants to come back in 2025.
No, but they're in cap hell if he doesn't come back. So we talked about that earlier. It seems inevitable that he will. Dobbs or Lockett? Pick one at wide receiver. Who you playing, Doc?
Dobbs or Lockett? That's a good question. Yeah, maybe Lockett in a game that's going to be high scoring, but Dobbs I think has more touchdown equity, but that game is going to be lower scoring. So I'm worried that the Packers are going to put up like 2 touchdowns, where the Seahawks could put up 3 or 4. That game can get out of hand. That game could get a little crazy. And when a game gets crazy like that, you need a piece of it. Otherwise, your teams suffer, because that's the game that blows up to 34-30. And even the Lockett's of the world are going 5 for 60.
RCB wants to know which wide receiver, Devontae Smith or T. Higgins?
Do we think T. Higgins is playing this weekend, David?
I think he will try. He's missed quite a few. The problem also, though, is he's playing the Chargers.
I know, and the Chargers are stingy. Look, there are a lot of guys who've done a great job. Jim Harbaugh is my coach of the year, by far. He has made the Chargers a different team on offense and defense. So, look, I probably am starting Devonta Smith. T. Higgins, A, I don't trust. B, the Chargers play zone defense. T is a master at man coverage. He's not a master at zone defense. So I think I'm going to lean Devonta here and hope he makes a play. But the problem is the Eagles don't put the foot on the gas too much. And when they do, it goes to Saquon and Brown. So it's a tough one.
Jay Noah wants to know, do I play Bo Nix against Atlanta or Matthew Stafford against the Patriots?
I think you play Bo Nix. I have been really impressed with Bo Nix this year. I mean, right now, you watch them and forget about where they were taken in the draft. Bo Nix looks 10 times better than Caleb Williams. And you know what? Should have won that game last week. Bo Nix goes on the road, almost beats Kansas City. That's impressive to me.
21,000, the text line 21000 if you want to ask Doc Roto a question to set your lineups for this week in fantasy, or you can go to twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton.
A generic question from Bob Clark. So what player on the waiver wire do you think you could pick up and help you win a championship?
Honestly, this week I didn't see that guy out there. I did bid heavily on Marquez Valdez-Scantling this week. I know I probably paid more for him than I should have, but the Saints have nothing on offense, and don't tell me that Cedric Wilson's back and that's changing anything, because they always like throwing downfield. I would have told you I liked A.D. Mitchell, but not with Anthony Richardson coming back. I'll go back to Estime, because if he is the number one running back in Denver, he's the guy you needed. And maybe it's MVS because the Saints, remember, I don't think we're seeing Olave step on the field the rest of the season.
PPR, he's got Tyreek Hill. He's reluctant to also go Waddle, have them both in his lineup, but his decision is Waddle or Tillman for a flex spot.
Look, I am in on Tillman. I believe he is their number one receiver. Jerry Jeudy is not great. Tillman has looked sensational since he's entered the lineup. I think people are more worried about the Saints. The Saints played well last week. They did. Can they do it 2 weeks in a row? Nah, I'm not so sure. I like Nick Chubb this week a lot, but Tillman for me has emerged. Tillman is that guy that's going to step up. By the way, I want to get to Bob's question. Maybe Mike Williams. Mike Williams this week is in a really good spot. The Ravens have a horrible pass defense. Steelers playing at home. Mike basically knew no plays last week, and he's caught a touchdown. Pickens is going to see a lot of coverage. I think Mike Williams is interesting too.
PPR, one of these three, Waddle, Dell, or Valdez-Scantling.
I think it's Tank Dell. It's not MVS. So the thing about Waddle is this. First of all, you can't discount Tyreek. Chan is amazing. And this feels like a Jonnu Smith week to me. So if it's all those things, where does Waddle fit into this situation? He doesn't. I think Nico Collins comes back this week. I think Nico's presence on the field helps Dell, and I think nothing can help the Cowboys. They stink.
Knicks or Goff?
Ooh, look, the Lions are expected to put up a 30 at home. Look, Goff may get you 240-2, but 240-2 will get you 20 fantasy points, and you can etch that in your lineup. So I'm always leaning toward Goff at home.
You got a sleeper here for DFS for this week?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned him before. I do like Jonnu Smith a decent amount, and I think I would look to the tight end in the Buffalo-Kansas City game, especially if Dalton Kincaid misses. Give me as much Dawson Knox as I can find.
Along those lines, there's a question: would you start Kyle Pitts this week against Denver?
I didn't wake up this morning thinking that was a great idea.
Fair enough. And you have to sit one of these three: London, Hill, or Flowers.
Ooh, wow.
I know.
Wow. Maybe London, if you think that Patrick Surtain is going to be, taking him over, because they probably will. But so they're all good starts.
And we've had a couple Jameson Williams questions. So your thoughts on Jameson Williams, and Grizzle wants to know Adunzi or Williams.
Yeah, Jameson Williams is the ultimate boom bust guy. They ran plays for him, but if he doesn't connect on them, he gets 2 catches. If he connects, it's 5 for 104 and a touchdown or 2. So he's the ultimate boom bust play. Look at who you're playing and see if you need that upside, then you play him.
Adunzi or Williams this week, what would you do?
I don't ever want to play Adunzi. I don't want to play anybody in the Bears.
The Giants, the word is they may bench Daniel Jones coming out of the bye. Would you dare pick up either Drew Lock or Tommy Cutlets, or absolutely not?
You know, what I remember of Drew Lock, isn't he a gunslinger? Isn't he a guy that isn't afraid to throw?
Oh, he's definitely not afraid to throw. He may throw it to the other team too.
But Daniel Jones is afraid to throw the football.
Oh, it's true. Both quarterbacks actually are not afraid to throw.
Right. Though that's what you need. I mean, Sam Darnold, the reason why he's never been successful, and you could see it now, he's afraid to throw. Daniel Jones is afraid. That makes you a career backup. So, yes, I would pick up Lock.
D-Hop or Quentin Johnston? Who are you playing?
I love D-Hop. I think that guy got into the right situation, and when he gets he's got a great chance of a Super Bowl ring, and Patrick Mahomes loves him.
Doc, great job. We covered a lot of ground today. Really appreciate it. Final thought, anything you wanted to tell our audience that we didn't ask you?
Just if you're going to make trades, please be careful. Don't overpay because you need to win this week. There's still 3 or 4 more weeks. Pay, but don't overpay. It's like going to a car dealership. You don't want to walk out there feeling you made a bad deal.
Dr. Roto, you can listen to him Saturday mornings on SiriusXM's Fantasy Sports Radio, but you can get his insight every day at drroto.com, drroto.com. He's hired a great staff. They give out tremendous fantasy advice. They win you money, quite frankly, and you can follow him on X at Dr. Roto, DRROTO. Doc, thanks for the weekly house call. Have a good weekend.
Take care, guys. Be well.
Dr. Roto, every Thursday at this time on Miller and Moulton.
That was fast-paced.
Yeah, we covered a lot of ground today. Yeah, and we got in all the questions, which, you know me, that's big for me. It's very important to me.
I know. For a guy who doesn't play fantasy, you very much worry about the fantasy players' week.
And our audience. I'm always trying to cater to the audience. That's why, I used to be the one in front of the text line, and I would read every single text we got on the air, and you would look at me and go, they all don't have to be read on the air. And I'm like, I want Bob from wherever to know he's important.
I thought the best question we had for Dr. Roto I didn't ask was Patty Melt or French dip.
Hey, I think it's what's the sub place? I don't know. They got a new French dip. Panera.
Yes, I saw
Panera's
that.
I thought of you when I saw the advertisement. May go get one today. JP Shadrick. We'll ask him that hard-hitting question next. We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, JP.
Hey, good morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
What's new in the world?
Let's see. I have no idea. I don't know. We're just playing ball. Bye weeks next week. You know, that's about it. How about you guys? Ooh.
Well, I traveled last weekend, first time in almost a month. So
where to?
Well, I went Michigan, Indiana, and then the Dolphins game in LA. So
is that cold pizza?
Well, it's not cold. I actually heated it up.
Okay. I didn't know if we were on ESPN too.
Look at you. That's now like a 15-year-old reference.
It is.
At least.
What was that girl's name? Kit, the one from Road Rules. Remember that show?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't she on that? Wasn't she the host of that?
Wow, you might be right. Going deep into the archives there.
Yeah.
The only one guy survived that show, right? Like when they moved on from Cold Pizza, the one guy with dark hair, they kind of kept him. His hair always looked like it was greasy, like it was fake. All right. And kept him for a while.
Yeah, that's a good one. Is Indiana going to beat Ohio State?
No.
Next week?
No.
Are they going to keep it within 20?
I don't know, man. Like Ohio State has moments where they're like, uh-oh. But then they have moments where they'll blow you out the gym. So I don't know.
Our Twitch chat room told us that Jay Crawford was the guy's name. The dark-haired guy. He was the only guy that like survived that show, and they brought him to whatever they did next.
Yep. Wow. How about that?
Nice pull there, Dritharian. Good job by you. I will say, JP, they're an interesting team. It's amazing how good the guys from James Madison are, quite frankly. I mean, especially on defense.
Right.
I will say their offense is very perimeter-based. Everything's from like the numbers to the sideline. They run the ball a little better off tackle. They couldn't do anything up the middle against those two Michigan defensive tackles. They ran off tackle okay. I'll be curious if they can run it at all against Ohio State.
Yeah, not up the middle. I mean,
Right.
if Penn State can't do it,
Mm-hmm.
in theory, not many people will be able to. Right up the middle, at least.
Right.
Their defense good enough to take advantage of where Ohio State's offensive line is right now.
They are constantly stunning their defensive front. Constantly. They play a lot of angles. So you can catch them and make some plays, but they got a lot of penetration on Michigan with their stunning up front.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And just like that, it's time for the Diamond District bonus hour, fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. JP Shadrick joining us once again at this day and time on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So you work during the week on the Jags radio network and Jaguars.com and what have you with Tony Baselli, with Pete Prisco.
Yes.
So do they consider themselves part of the media who, when Doug Peterson said, you guys are too stupid for me to explain what happened on this pass pattern? I'm just curious. Tony Baselli probably didn't think he was talking to him, but I'm just guessing Pete Prisco probably didn't appreciate the response.
Of all weeks to not have a Monday show, this was like, I mean, we almost like called an audible and did one on X anyway. I mean, I can just imagine what Pete was going to say, and he would have just ripped him to shreds. That's just Pete. And he's been on him already anyway with the way the team's performing and things have been happening on and off the field, right? So that's just another thing. And it's not a good look at a post-game press conference like that.
No, it's not, JP. Now, we're dumb. We're dumb. You don't have to point it out to us, but when you point it out to us, people actually feel sorry for us.
Yeah. I will say he's not the first or the last coach to have not the cleanest post-game press conferences, right? I mean, there's been a few moments this year. He's just frustrated, and I think I'm guessing it probably came out the wrong way. I wasn't in there. I don't know. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt on this. However, it's not the first time something like that has gone on. So you can tell it's just starting to boil over a little bit. 2-8, they're right there. They're close. They're angry. The quarterback's hurt. Mac Jones can't hit anybody. Like it's where they are. And they're on the outside looking in right now. They're one loss away from having a losing record guaranteed. And that's in the bye week coming up. So I can't explain why he said it or what he said it. But he said it.
Well, I think the frustration part, JP, you're onto it because the defense played great. I mean, here they are. They hold Minnesota to field goals. You can't ask for much more than that when the quarterback plays not that good. The offense isn't that good. They got a good performance out of their defense, but Mac Jones, he's a backup for a reason.
Yeah, the defense, I mean, they gave up over 400 yards. They were on the field for 42 minutes and change, the longest time of possession in the league this year, I believe. But they did. They bend, don't break, held them to field goals, got 3 takeaways, which they hadn't done all season. They had more in one game than they had all year on defense. It's great. Then the offense couldn't do anything. They had a first quarter touchdown on offense. Mac Jones is throwing the football down and firing up the crowd. I'm like, okay, here we go. This is great. And they did nothing after that on offense. Couldn't move the ball, couldn't stay on the field, didn't throw it towards Brian Thomas Jr. at all in the first half of play, and only 3 times for the game. That's an issue. So they got real offensive problems right now. And Mac Jones is going to start again this week. Doug Peterson already said that Trevor Lawrence is out. Okay, Mac, you got to step up. If the open media window Wednesday is any indication, they've got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of footballs on the ground against air in the 20 minutes we were out there. And that is not a great sign. Can it be worked on? Sure. Max feeling the pressure. It's his moment and his opportunity to make a lot of money next year and beyond. But they've got to really clean some things up offensively.
JP Shadrick, Jags Radio Network, College Football Play-by-Play, Touchdown Radio Network, Westwood One, and NFL Play-by-Play on Westwood One as well. Well, Mark and I were talking before the show, and it's kind of like, what do you ask JP about the Jags, to be honest with you? No, and we're serious. They're 2-8. Obviously, this season is in the tank, even though their closing stretch is an easier stretch, and maybe they can, I don't know, get to 5-6 wins, whatever, coming off of
how many?
5. They're at 2. I mean, can't they, coming out of the bye, can't they win half those games coming out of the bye if Trevor's back?
Can they actually? Sure. Will they? I don't know.
I'm not predicting
like
it.
this.
I'm just saying they could. But obviously, this season's been an absolute, disaster, and we'll see what change actually happens, whether it be coaching, front office, personnel, and what have you. Curious, though, as somebody who does play-by-play in the SEC and has seen a lot of the top teams in college football, we think it's going to come down to Indiana versus Ole Miss. Does the Big Ten get 4 and the SEC stuck with 4? Or if Ohio State beats Indiana, say by 14 or 17, does the SEC get 5? Just curious your thoughts right now on the college football playoff and whether or not, otherwise, there's a really good chance that a 10-2 SEC team, at least one of them, is not going to make the playoff.
If that's Indiana's only blemish. Is that Indiana's only blemish?
That's what we're projecting. 11-1 Indiana.
Yeah. They got to be in. They have to be in. Now, I get that Ole Miss is sexy and they throw the football around and it's Lane and they beat Georgia and all these things. But if that is the one loss for Indiana and they miss a 12-team playoff because of that, that seems a little harsh in my opinion. They've been really one of the great stories of the year in college football. So I think if it comes down to that, then, I mean, at some point, you got to get Indiana in this thing. If that's the only blemish somehow. Now, the argument can also be made for Penn State, right? I mean, their only blemish in theory.
No, but we're saying that it's going to be Oregon, Ohio State, Penn State, and then the question becomes Indiana, who's yet to beat a team that's ranked or bowl eligible. So with that schedule, get them in at 11-1 versus you could have 10-2 Georgia, Tennessee, Bama, Ole Miss. Never mind A&M and Texas. Hell, you could even throw Missouri into the mix. So that's kind of what we're getting at. The SEC has become the NFL, and the Big Ten is unbelievably top-heavy with no middle class. And we're just wondering, we saw what happened last year when they pushed Florida State aside. Will the SEC push now Indiana aside?
Politics are fun, right? I mean, that's just like it's just the same old thing again. It's just more teams involved now, and that's what it's always going to be, and always was going to be. And we should have known that going into this 12-team thing. No matter how many teams you put in a playoff, there's always the politics of the last spot. I think Indiana should get a shot. If that's the only blemish, I don't. Now, if they get blown out of the gym, that's a different animal. But if they're, right in that game and close and hanging, and give them a chance, man.
Do you think this has worked? I mean, I think this has been a great college football season. You've been calling games for a lot of the season. Do you think this 12-team playoff thing is working well, working extremely well? Where do you assess where we're at right now in college football?
It is interesting. And Dave, your comment about the SEC's like the NFL now, it is weird to have two lost teams have a game that matters in November.
Right.
That LSU Alabama game, if you looked at that game in 1996, okay, they're going to the Citrus Bowl or what? Maybe
you looked at that game in 2022. It didn't have a ton of meaning.
It wouldn't matter because they're both going to Independence Bowl in Shreveport or whatever, right? The intrigue has changed because you can have a couple losses and still be in that conversation, and that takes a little adjustment. To be quite honest with you, I'm not used to that yet. I'm like, these teams stink. They have 2 losses already. Why? What are we watching this for? I mean, this is
a 10-2 Alabama.
What are we doing?
What the heck? Not even worth my time.
Come on, Georgia. Like the only team they lose to is Alabama. Now all of a sudden they're losing to Ole Miss. Like, what is going on here? Like, who are these guys? Like, this is not right. So it takes a little. Okay, yes, the polls matter and all that, but you can have a few losses and still maintain. And move on into the playoff. It is an NFL feel. However, the NFL has no polls, right? It's just pure standings, and that's the big difference right now. But I get what you're saying.
Oh, we like it. We think it's working big time. Hey, Mark was the one on this show at least 10 years ago that college football had or ESPN maybe had the mantra, every game matters. And Mark's like, that's crap. Okay, by Columbus Day, there's 12 games that matter the rest of the year. It's just ridiculous. Now, I mean, even if Georgia beats Tennessee this weekend, Mark's been saying, hey, don't sleep on the rivalry game against Georgia Tech. And if they were to lose, they'd get knocked out. I mean, it does feel like now every game matters.
Well, now also it's just the scope of college football. You can have a run in 1 year. If you go pick the portal apart properly, you can have a powerful team for a year. We saw it at Michigan State a few years ago, right? We've seen Colorado build up over the last couple of years. How long is it sustainable? I don't know. That's fine. But, hey, Georgia Tech's all of a sudden really powerful team. They built it the right way. They have an offensive line, head coach, and a bunch of guys that were linemen on that staff, and they've recruited it right, and they brought in portal guys right for that. And that might be good enough to beat Georgia one every 3 or 4 years. Georgia Tech, that's pretty good. They'll take that, right?
They would sign up for that right now, the way things have been going in Atlanta for Georgia Tech.
Right. So that makes that game have a little more intrigue than normal.
JP Shadrick, he can see not the finish line, but he can see a bye week from where he sits for the Jags, and he's ready. Jags Radio Network, Touchdown Radio Network, Westwood One. Follow him on X at JP Shadrick, SHADRICK. Make sure you guys do a show Monday, no matter what.
Oh, we'll be on. That's
Okay.
for sure. And
All
you
right.
know how I love history, right? The Lions off to their best start since 1954 when Bobby Lane was the quarterback and Doak Walker was the running back for the Lions. So there's a lot of big things out there for the Detroit this year. And it's going to be a rowdy scene at Ford Field on Sunday. And, no matter the records, all that. This is a tough matchup. Big underdogs going in if you're into that, which I know you guys are.
Well, we
everything's
commented earlier, when's the last time the Lions have been a 13.5-point favorite? Mark had to go back 70 years when they were a 19-point favorite. So it's been a while. Or no, 73, I guess.
73.
Archie and the Saints, the last time that we think they were this big a favorite. Look at you mentioning Doak Walker. That's your Vern Lundquist experience right there, making sure you go Doak Walker. I'll text him and make sure that he knows you did that. He's JP Shadrick joining us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today was the day when, a pick or two, all coming up in 25 minutes. Thanks so much for joining us on the Diamond District Bonus Hour.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Vern Lundquist loved Doak Walker. They were very close friends. One of his probably best friends in the world. And so I just text Vern about JP's reference to Doak Walker. I know, Despicable D. You know what? I got to ask him right now. I failed. I failed you. What was it again? French dip or patty melt?
The Monte Cristo. That's a sandwich.
What is that again?
Isn't that like French toast, basically, with ham and in the middle? Something along those lines?
Well, I haven't had that in forever.
Yeah, it's a ham and cheese with mustard, basically cooked inside a French toast.
By the way, Jake Crawford and Kit Hoover.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a...
And I text JP because we failed. We did not ask him the burning question. Up.
Yes.
Patty melt.
Bennigan used to make the Monte Cristo. You are right, okay, music.
So JP went patty melt. So TGI Fridays filed for bankruptcy, huh?
I did not know that.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We failed. I think more on me than you because I was the one who said it. We did not ask JP Shadrick the burning question of the day, patty melt or French dip. We did ask him after the segment was over. He went with patty melt. Although he's not a huge fan of the onions. I'm like, well, it's kind of an integral part of the sandwich. I mean, not as integral as the rye bread, but.
Then why would you pick it?
I know. I'm with you. See, to me, you have to take the sandwich in all its glory. Good,
right.
bad, or indifferent.
Exactly. I mean, you don't need to be the Meg Ryan ordering everything on the side.
Right.
Or not on it at all. You order the sandwich.
Right. So, but that's what he answered. Patty melt, but he, would hold the onions. And that's kind of a cheeseburger. I mean, that's just, we'll put it to the judges and see what they say there. So anyway, good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap today when coming up in about 15 minutes time.
You're killing me. I did bring up the sandwiches earlier. You've had 2 meals during the show.
Yes. I've done nothing but eat during the show today.
You've had a breakfast and a lunch during the show.
I have. I had Pop-Tarts and a banana in the first half of the show. And then 2 different commercial breaks. I went and reheated cold pizza. And so Mark's had to watch me eat pizza not once, but twice in the last 30 or so minutes. Correct.
Because
my wife, I'm sorry, what?
Oh, no. It just, when we do the show, David stays seated for most of the show. There's usually one time when he gets up. Out of the 4 hours, David gets up one time during the commercial break, usually. I usually get up a couple of times. Stretch the legs, go for a little walk, maybe use the facilities. But David has been getting up a lot. And as he said, he comes back with food. And I'm like, he's got pizza this time.
Yep.
The Pop-Tart doesn't bother me. It's breakfast, it's a Pop-Tart, and you and I are different Pop-Tart connoisseurs. You like your brown sugar cinnamon. Right. I'm a frosted strawberry, frosted blueberry guy. So I don't worry about the Pop-Tart when I see it. And to me, it's food for a 7-year-old. So the Pop-Tart does nothing. But the pizza, later in the show, that's when I'm starting to get hungry.
I know. Last hour, you're vulnerable. Yes, I know. Listen, what can I say? I'm not a good co-host.
Oh, you're a great co-host. You're a selfish eater.
I am. So much so, also, that pizza was supposed to be lunch. So now I'm pretty sure we don't have lunch. And it's not like, since I've had the pizza, I'm not going to have lunch. I mean, 2-3 hours from now, I'm going to be like, so what are we having for lunch? Wife's going to look at me like, well, we had pizza. I'm like, that was like an extended breakfast. What do we have for lunch? Yeah.
Might be time for a patty melt, David.
And I'll keep the onions on it. I will. There are certain things that I keep the onions on. Like I don't want onions on a salad. Okay. But patty melts, cheesesteaks, absolutely keep them on.
So you're a cooked onion guy, not a raw onion guy?
Correct.
I think that's a lot of people.
Okay.
I think that's a lot of people.
So Miller and Moulton on this Thursday. Commanders Eagles tonight. Good one. First place in the NFC East. First of We think many big division games for the Commanders, and we don't mean this year. We mean for like the rest of the decade. I mean, seriously, right now, looking forward, how many times do you think the Eagles and Commanders are going to be playing in the next few years in which you're like, big game?
Hopefully it will take over from Cowboys and Giants being nationally televised games.
Boy, you ain't kidding. You ain't
Because
kidding.
it seems to be a law that if the Cowboys and Giants play, it's either a 4:25 game or it's a Monday Night Football game.
Well, Cowboys are the biggest draw in the sport, and obviously it doesn't even matter if the Giants have a pulse or not. They just go, biggest market in the country. We'll put that team on. They have a top 10 fan base. Let's go. But yes, we think this is the first of many for the rest of the decade. There's a whole generation of NFL fan that has no idea what it's like with the Washington franchise being good.
No.
I mean, think about it. Gibbs had a couple of years in the mid-2000s when he came back. He took him to the playoffs a couple times. He won a playoff game one year. But, Shanahan took him to the playoffs the one time. They made Rivera took them. They went 7-9 for goodness sakes and won the East that year.
But largely they're just blips on the radar when they show up. They've not sustained any sort of solid play over a few years where you could start saying going into a season, hey, look out for Washington.
Right.
That's not a phrase that's been said at all. You were the only one saying it coming into this year. I mean, you were well ahead of the bandwagon for the Washington Commanders. You thought that they had the potential to be a playoff team this year.
I thought if we had a Houston Texans of 2023 this year, I thought it would be Washington. But when push came to shove and it came time to predict it, I thought that they were still a year away from being a 10-11 win team. And I did not have them as a playoff team. We were right on the Cowboys. We both had the Cowboys missing the playoffs. That one we got right. And while we were much higher on the Commanders than most everyone else, neither one of us went this far. By the way, Guillermo in a Twitch chat room said, go and laugh at me. I actually put a few shekels down on them to go to the NFC Championship, and I have the ticket to prove it. Wow. Love that.
I offer you this advice. If they make the playoffs, start hedging.
Yes.
Now you have some opportunities to make some money.
But now we're going to find out, are they ready to do what the Texans did? Texans chased down the rest of the division. They chased down the Jags and won the division last year. Can Washington, they're going to have 2 meetings with Philly. They've got at least one more game with Dallas. Can Washington get it done down the stretch to win the East and get a home playoff game like Houston did last year?
Starts tonight against the Eagles. Can they get it done? Can the front four for Washington hold up against that Philadelphia Eagle offensive line?
And the Eagles' 5-game winning streak is all against losing teams. Best team they played in this stretch was Cincinnati. Bengals lost to both these teams at home, by the way. Daniels came in and was magnificent week 3 in beating them. And the Eagles had probably their best half of football all year in the second half of their win against Cincinnati 3 weeks ago.
The Cardinals are the only team Washington's beaten with a winning record as well, though.
So now 7-2, hosting 7-3. How good are they? Spread's 3.5. I thought it'd be a little higher. Over-under's 48.5. I don't know. That feels to me a touch higher than I think the game's going to go.
What is that, 26-23?
Yeah, basically, give or take a half a point, with Philly being favored by 3.5, over under 48.5. So, yeah. That seems one score higher for both teams. I was thinking more in the 23-20, 24-20 range. But their defensive stats, both teams, was it accrued against just bad competition. And now that they're going to face good competition, will the defenses hold up? I mean, Mark, the Eagles are second in total defense, third against the pass, fifth against the rush. They've given up, only 3 teams in the league have given up fewer touchdowns than the Eagles. So, I mean, if you're Washington, if I give you 24 right now for the Commanders, would you take it?
No, I think they need 27 to win.
Okay.
I think they need 27 to win.
Gotcha. So there you have it. Eagles hosting the Commanders. 2 young quarterbacks, one who's gotten paid and the other we think's gonna in about 3 years.
Police department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and 1 replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
See, I muted my mic there. Were you still hearing me?
No, I didn't
Okay.
even turn your mic on. I saw that you were on the phone, so I never turned it on.
Gotcha.
I was just giving you a 1 minute cue of what we
I
had
saw
left
that.
before we came back.
I know. And we had 2 minutes left, and you gave me a 1 minute cue. I appreciated it.
No, we had 1 minute left.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. 16 until we're done yapping. Miller and Moulton coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters in Naples. Just keeping it real.
David, a comment on the text line, and I must remind people, if you've not texted the show in a while, you have to text the keyword Miller. And I'm saying that to a lot of our fantasy football questions because I was just texting with Trent, who's up in Michigan, saying, yeah, I still get a lot of fantasy questions on the line. You need to text the keyword Miller. We changed that several months ago, but many of you have not jumped in. So if you've not texted the keyword Miller to 21,000, you are sending your text to Michigan. And I'm not getting your fantasy questions, and I feel badly because I want to get all those questions to the good doctor during our session with Dr. Roto each Thursday here on Miller and Moulton. But a texter did say, when you said you did the onions cooked, not raw, your favorite McDonald's sandwich is a quarter pounder with cheese with
And
raw
there-
onions.
I know.
Do you tough it out and eat the raw onions?
I do.
You
I
order
just
it without, or do you pick
no,
them off?
no. Please, you can't do special orders at a fast food place. I mean, the object is to get it quickly. Okay, you can't change the order. That just their face
Not at that
contorts. What?
Not at that place. I mean, you can at the others because they ask you what you want on your burger.
Well, I know it's what they say, but they don't like it. But certainly not at that place. I mean, you can't do a special order at McDonald's. Okay, you're going to McDonald's for a reason. I think if you do a special order at McDonald's, they should say, "I'm sorry. Okay, go somewhere else." That's not what we do here. We do fast food. Stuff's pre-made. It's on the shelf. Okay. That comes with the territory. The food's lukewarm, but it's readily available. That's why you're here. Okay? But yes, I do. I just swallow hard and I go. It's probably the only thing I eat with raw onions on it.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, we start today in 1851. Moby Dick was published.
That's a biggie.
Yeah. 1883, Treasure Island was published. 1888, USC plays their first football game. They were not the Trojans at that time. They were the Methodists.
What?
USC was the Methodists before they were the Trojans.
Huh. Did not know that.
Strong defense, good up the middle.
Yeah, wish I had known. It makes that line even better.
We jump all the way to 1960 when Ray Charles' Georgia on My Mind reaches number 1. It was today in 64 that Gordie Howe would set the NHL record with his 627th career goal. Tragic day in 1970 when the jet carrying most of the Marshall University football team crashes, killing everyone on board. Today in 1991, Michael Jackson was a really big deal. His black and white music video premiered simultaneously in 27 countries. On MTV, Fox TV, and on the BBC's Top of the Pops, to name a few. And today in 1993, Don Shula becomes the coach with the most wins in NFL history.
I believe it was a win in Philadelphia, and Doug Peterson, Jaguars head coach, was his quarterback because Marino had gotten hurt a few weeks earlier, blew out his Achilles, and they were going through quarterbacks. And I thought that Doug Peterson, who at one time was their fourth-string quarterback, led the Dolphins to the win which showed just how versatile Shula was as a coach.
Boutros Ghali, PJ O'Rourke, and Willie, don't call me Guillermo Hernandez, all would have celebrated birthdays today. King Charles is 76. Condoleezza Rice is 70. Jack Sikma is 69. Kurt Schilling, 58. And Dana Stubblefield, 54. What did I miss, David?
You didn't miss anything. I do want to add, Condoleezza Rice loves her college football.
Yes, she does.
She used to pop into the CBS booth, all right, usually at an Alabama game, and you could talk ball with the former Secretary of State just like you're sitting around with one of your buddies. She knew everything she was talking about. Now, the whole thing when they put her on the committee and they talked about we're going to watch tape, I don't know about that, but just sitting around talking the sport, oh, yeah. Absolutely. Could have had her on as a talk show guest talking college ball. She loves it.
Wow.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Winner for best text of the year, because you have to text Miller. That's the keyword to 21,000. And the old text, because we were owned by a company that was in Michigan before David and I took over. The texts still go to that company in Michigan. Someone says, if I text Moulton to 21,000, will my text go to Ohio?
Well played.
Outstanding. For the good, we go to Missouri, where the winner of a lotto ticket forgot to check his ticket after the drawing and had to pick it up out of the trash after he read an article that said a $1 million Powerball ticket was sold at the fast lane, and it reminded him he hadn't checked his ticket. So he picked it up out of the trash, checked it, hit all 5 numbers, and won $1 million. How do you not check your ticket?
Why do you buy it if you're not going to check it?
For the bad, we go to Collier County, where 2 men are facing charges for bank jugging, which is basically stalking banks, waiting for people to take out cash and then rob them. Fortunately, Collier County Sheriff's Office was able to target the criminals who were doing this at a Wells Fargo in Naples, and they were arrested. Finally, the ugly. We go to one of our sponsors, the world-famous cigar bar, where some scumbag stole $60 out of the tip jar.
Oh, come on, man.
All caught on camera. According to our buddy Kevin Robbins, the man claimed to not speak English, so the worker went to get a customer who spoke Spanish and could help translate, but while he was gone, the man reached into the tip jar and grabbed $60 out of the tip jar. Really? That's how you need to get your $60, robbing it from a bartender who's getting you drinks? You win scumbag of the day and the ugly on the good, the bad, and the ugly, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com, where they are offering $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. That's capecops.com. That honks me off. Stealing.
Yeah.
It's just.
I'm with you. Both the Lightning and Panthers are home tonight. Tampa Bay hosting 15-1 Winnipeg.
Ooh, that should be a good one. They whipped up on your Rangers.
Yes, they did. Rangers may have an impressive record. They have not been an impressive team at all. East is down so far this year, so playoff-wise, they're safe, but they do not look like a big-time team at all. At all. Devils, who have looked like a big-time team, and the Panthers, who are a big-time team, they'll go at it a second time in 3 days at Sunrise.
First one was great with maybe the fight of the year. Like 40 punches thrown. I mean, grab, hold, and throw them. So we'll see if the game has the same venom as it did the other night.
Don't you have to, after the Devils won the first one, bet the Panthers tonight? I mean, come
Yes.
on. They're not going to lose 2 in a row at home to the same team, are they?
Well, and I thought the Devils played that game like a playoff game, and Florida's going to have to show that they're the Stanley Cup champions tonight. I'm with you all the way. I like the Panthers.
Only one game in the association after a terrific night last night. NBA TV, if you're interested, and if you are, you're a degenerate gambler. Dallas at Utah. The Jazz are 2-8. Although Dallas off to a slow start at 5-6. College football tonight, just one game. East Carolina on the road.
Tulsa, right?
Yeah, 7:30, 4-letter network.
13.5, I believe, is the number.
Mm-hmm. But obviously, the big outing tonight in Philadelphia. Amazon Prime, 8:15. Eagles, 3.5-point favorites over the Commanders. The half concerns me, I'm not going to lie. But I think I'm going to lay it. And it might be by the slimmest of margins. I'll go 24-20 Philly.
I'm going to take the Eagles as well. I just think Washington's now sitting at the adult table. And I don't know if they're ready for that yet. I love the way Washington's defense has been playing, but now you got to stop Hurts and Barkley. I think it's a little too much to expect for Washington. So give me the Eagles to win and cover.
Washington's losses this year at Tampa, week 1, at Baltimore, week 6, and then last week against Pittsburgh.
They got a gift 7 in that Pittsburgh game because of that fake punt as well.
Well, and the Steelers also fumbled at the 1 going in. I mean, I laughed at the people that said the Steelers were lucky to win the game. I'm like, that's funny. I watched a good chunk of the game. I thought the Steelers were trying really hard to give it away. But the first of 3 games this NFL weekend in which both teams have 7 or more wins after 10 weeks of play. That hasn't happened in a very long time. Because you got this one tonight, and then you got the CBS doubleheader on Sunday, where you've got Steelers Ravens early and Chiefs Bills late. And I don't know if this interests you or not, but John Gruden has just inked a multi-year deal with Barstool.
Huh. People love his YouTube channel that he's been doing. I think it's a great platform for him.
I think it's also Gruden acknowledging that I'm never getting a coaching job again. I do. And because there's been whispers, like the Bucs are trying to bring him back into the fold. He was their guest of honor at the game on Sunday. There's talk that they're going to put his name back up in the Ring of Honor. They took it down after the whole emails controversy when he got fired as Raiders coach. All right. So there's been, some of the coaching changes that are going to happen. There are some whispers that so-and-so may want him as an offensive coordinator. I mean, the big talk show in New York was pumping him to be the next coach of the Jets. I don't know. I think when you sign with Barstool, that's your way of acknowledging that, yeah, I'm an outsider. I can make a ton of money, but I'm an outsider.
I never really thought of him as coaching again anyhow. I think this is finally just grabbing some money instead of doing these things on your own when he's watching other coaches and other media members, other coaches jump into the media and get paid. I think John said, I want to get paid.
I don't blame him.
Me either.
It's all about supplying quality content. People think you have it. Goodness knows Portnoy will pay for it.
And he does supply quality content.
Yeah. Hey, people liked him on Monday Night Football. I mean, we had fun because I love this guy. there was a lot of that, but okay.
But there's a lot of that with all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, you brought up Collinsworth, who is that way about Mahomes.
Oh, my goodness. That's just, I mean, he's a family member. He loves him so much. I mean, I think some days he doesn't love him as, more than Brittany. I mean, man, he loves himself some Mahomes.
Fired up for that one. Chiefs and Bills this weekend. But tonight it's the Eagles and the Commanders. Miller and Moulton both going with the Eagles, and you would think to run the other way. But Thursday nights are different than the picks that we make on Friday. A much better success rate with games that are not on our betting docket.
Lee Sterling, Pat Kerwin on a Football Friday tomorrow, and our picks sure to be wrong, sure to go the other way. That's tomorrow. Thursday nights, we're not bad. Not bad. Hey, have a great rest of your Thursday. And what do you say we do it again tomorrow on a Football Friday edition of Miller and Moulton? We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at @MarkMiller or me at @DavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Core-Tech, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.